Good afternoon, everybody. Steve Lookner with Agenda Free TV. We are here to bring you some live coverage of the Iran war, some updates, take your comments on the air, and bring you some updates here. President Trump is speaking right now. He's doing I've seen it described as a campaign-style speech in the Villages, Florida. So maybe we'll check in for a second on that. I don't think he's talking about a war for much of the speech, but we'll check in on that and see how that's going. Hold on a second here, if I can pull it up here.
Minutes. I'm saying you will. He's saying he won't. So
he's
most people
speaking.
would say he won't do it. Then I said to him, Emmanuel, if you don't do it, I'm going to put a 250% tariff on all wines and champagnes that you ship into our country.
He is speaking at the Villages.
And he said, Donald, how dare you? You should not do that. You cannot do that. And I said, no, I'm going to do it. Okay, you have a deal. That was it. That was it. And I told Oz couldn't believe it. He couldn't believe it. And we had the same thing with Germany. We had the same thing with other countries. I said, look, you're not going to do it. We're going to tariff the hell out of you at double the number that you're talking about. And they all agreed. Every one of those countries agreed. And now you have the lowest drug prices anywhere in the world from the highest.
So I might keep an eye on this and see if he talks about the war.
And that alone should win us the midterms.
Part.
But, you know, the fake news doesn't like to write about it. They don't even like. I noticed a couple of the cameras went off when I was talking about it. When I'm getting to a really juicy subject, to me, that's a juicy. Think of it. I mean, you talk about healthcare, it's all around medicines and everything else. And Byron, how big a deal is that, right? By the way, this guy's going to be a great governor, okay? Going to be great. Ag Commissioner, you just stand up. What a job he's doing. What a job he's doing. My Ag Commissioner, who I endorsed a long time. So I just want to thank you all. You guys are doing a great job. Byron, you're going to be fantastic. We have somebody named Ashley who's very respected. Will you please stand up? Senator, our great senator. I suppose you're all leading like a lot.
All right, so we're going to keep an eye on this. Again, oops, what did I do here? You know, I don't expect him to be talking about the war for much of the speech. So we'll keep an eye on it, and I'll kind of go back and forth here. I do want to thank our moderators for being here. We have Robert's May Queen moderating over on YouTube. Janet is there moderating on YouTube. Thank you. Ruth is moderating on YouTube. Leslie Ladyhawk is moderating over there. Thanks also to, hey, our members, Gary Eckert and Kenneth Colton and Dean R. Thanks for being members on YouTube. Let's see. Also, thanks to our moderators on Twitch, Idaho Star, Matthew Kohai 3, and Surly Dev. Thank you very much for moderating there. Right now, Trump is talking about Trump RX.
Especially,
I'm very proud. Oops, sorry, hold on a second here. Where is the... Thanks also to Kay Lowry Body and Shannon Davis Hughes, and they're moderating over on Facebook. Thanks Kristen McConnell Gates and Barry Eisler for subscribing over there, and Laverne Thompson. Also, Linda Belk, Larry, and Misha moderate for us over on X. So this war, we're well into the 9th week. You know, in 2 days, it'll be the 10th week. On Saturday, it'll be the 10th week. And we're going to get you caught up here. Oil prices down a little bit today. I'm seeing Brent crude at roughly 109 or the high 108s, and WTI US crude at about 102.5. Okay. I think he's still talking about, is he still talking about drug prices? Let's see. Hold on a second here. What did I do? Oh, here we go.
Behold, the election was rigged. And I saw Biden a year later standing up there saying, I did a great job on insulin. He doesn't even know what the hell, he had no idea. And I was sitting there seething. I was watching television. You know what it is to seethe? I seethe a lot. But this is one of the times I was seething. Oz knows that. I was so angry. I said, I did it, and I didn't get credit for it. We did a lot of things we didn't get credit for, but I guess I did because here I am, I'm president. I guess I did. Not only are we taking care of your physical health, we're also taking care of the financial health of our seniors. As you have probably seen, the 401ks and retirement accounts of millions of Americans.
You know, a bunch of our viewers are pointing out that the oil market closes in today for the weekend. We'll have to see if something happens over the weekend. Our viewer, Priyavrat Chowdhury, said oil market closed in 50 minutes. At 5 p.m. Eastern time is when the oil market closes for the weekend. By the way, just so you guys know, when I mute the Trump broadcast, I have people in the chat saying, play it, turn the sound on. And then when I turn on the sound, I have people saying, mute it. I don't want to listen to this. So I can't win either way. But I was keeping an eye on it to see if he specifically talks about the war. He might have talked about it a little before. But again, you can argue amongst yourselves, but just so you know, I got people shouting at me on both sides. Also, remember the stock market is closed till Monday. Could there be something? You know what I did? I left my water bottle in the other room. I have my mug of water. I'll have to get my water bottle. You know what I could do? I could also put this on top of the marine traffic map. Here, let me do it this way. This might be better. Whoa, hold on. Where is this? Okay, so there. Oopsie. Where to put this though? I put it over here? Maybe put that over there. And I put this here. Oops. No, I don't want to move this. That's not what I wanted to do. And then I want to move this. Okay, I see. And then I put this. No, that's not what I wanted to do. There. There we go. So now you can see both things. Now you can see both. Again, someone just said agenda free. Why is Trump muted? Again, he's not speaking about the war. I don't show all of everything he says. I am keeping it on the air to see if he speaks about the war. A lot of angry people in the chat today. A lot of very angry people. A lot of people not having a good Friday, apparently. Now, I think he's talking about the war. Let's see.
Do it. And the only thing that I'm surprised is that I really thought oil would be, Dr. Oz, we talked about it. I thought oil would be much, much higher than it turned out to be. I mean, it's not low. It's certainly not low. It's going to come crashing down as soon as this war is over, and they're getting decimated. They have no Navy. They have no Air Force. They have no anti-aircraft equipment. They have no radar. They have no leaders. Their leaders are all gone. It's very sad. Very fine people. But with all of that, I said we have to do it. So I think you understand. But I am surprised. I thought the stock market would go down by 25%. I thought that oil prices would be at much higher than they are right now. They're not nearly as high as I thought. And we're going to, look, we're winning so big. We're winning again. Their Air Force is gone. Their ships are gone. They have a Navy, 159 ships. That's a pretty good Navy. Within the first week, 159 out of 159 ships are right now lying at the bottom of the sea. Their Navy is gone. And we're discussing, I spoke to him today, we're discussing, it's a little hard to figure out who their leaders are, frankly. You know, their leaders are gone. The first set is gone. The second set is gone. Khomeini was gone. And they were pretty evil people. Not pretty evil. They were evil. They killed 42,000 protesters. 42,000. And in a period of 2 weeks, they killed 42,000 protesters. But we had to get this done, and we're really doing well. We're just winning. If it were a fight, they'd stop it. If this were a fight, they'd stop it. You know that expression? It's true. But they're not coming through with the kind of deal that we have to have, and we're going to get this thing done properly. We're not going to leave early and then have the problem arise in 3 more years. Under 4 years of Crooked Joe, I go crooked and sleepy. Which is better, Sleepy Joe or Crooked Joe? Ready? Sleepy Joe. Crooked Joe. I love it. It's free polls. You know, if I went to a pollster, they're all phony. If I went to a pollster, I'd pay $1 million for that question. Give me $1 million, sir. And then they don't go to interview. They just put it down, whatever they want. You know? They say, we scoured the countryside. They didn't scour. They sit in their room watching television. They say, oh, let's give Trump a little bit of an advantage. It makes him happy. Under 4 years of Crooked Joe Biden, the average 401k rose at the rate of $875 a year. Okay, that's something, a little raise. But you know why he rose? Because of me with the 4 years that we had. Because after that, there was nothing. He would have gone down. They took over the momentum of what we created in the first 4 years, which was incredible. Under Trump, so it's $875.
All right, so I will keep monitoring for, he just commented a bit on the war right now. I will keep monitoring for war remarks. If I note that he's talking more about the war, then I will turn it up again. He's not right this second. Okay, we'll do that. We'll do that. By the way, a quick thank you to LARNCM for your support. That's so nice of you, LARNCM. Thank you. I am Charlie. Thank you. I am Charlie. Paul Grogan 8032. Thank you so much, Paul. Appreciate that. Least Trustworthy Weasel. Thank you. Bernard Tapey, our member. Thank you. And Owl Hippie. Owl Hippie, that's so generous of you. Wow. Thank you to Owl Hippie for your support. Thank you. We just heard President Trump said, well, I don't know that it was anything new. He said, we're not going to leave early. He said, we're going to get the job done. And hang on a moment here. Thanks to Anonymous Gifter, who gave a couple subs on Twitch as well. That's very nice of you. Also, Annie Cush for subscribing on Twitch as well. So, oil market closes for the weekend in about 7 minutes. 7 minutes. Let's see here. I think I want to start. Hold on. Oh, he's talking about gasoline prices.
Strait of Hormuz is a beautiful place.
Hold on.
It's, I think they have close to 400 ships loaded up with oil. When all of that gets released, when all of that comes out, these people tried to hold up our country for years and years, the world, by closing up the Strait of Hormuz. When all of that stuff comes out, you're going to see prices dropping on gasoline like you've never seen, and all of that, electricity, gasoline, anything having to do with energy. Grocery prices are way down. Used car prices are way down. Look at eggs. Eggs are down by 4, even 5 times. Remember when I took over, eggs were so high? Remember my first news conference as president of second term? 2 days in, I said, ladies and gentlemen, do you have any questions? What about eggs? I said, what? Eggs. Egg prices are 4 times higher than they were a year ago. I said, I just got here. I've only been here for a day and a half. And we had a problem with eggs. The prices were through the roof. I got them down to now they're lower than they were at the lowest point 4 years ago. Think of that. But I got them down. Does anybody write about it? No. That's why I like doing speeches. They don't write about it, so I do speeches. That way I can talk about it. Sometimes you got to do it yourself. Earlier this year, I directed Fannie and Freddie to buy.
I'm muted. I'm sorry. I didn't realize I was muted. What I was saying is I am monitoring for remarks on the war. He talked a little about gas prices, so I turned the volume on. And if I see that he's talking about the war again, I will turn the volume up again. Okay? Now, about 4 minutes till oil markets close for the weekend. Okay, I think the first thing we should talk about is that, I see some confusion over this. So the Trump administration today, hold on a second here. They basically said that hostilities were over because they were facing this deadline to get congressional approval. So I think some people are seeing this headline and saying like, oh my gosh, they've declared an end to the war, as if it's a big change in military policy. And I don't believe that's the case. If you see this right here, Trump administration says its war in Iran has been terminated before 60-day deadline. So this seems to be something they're saying to argue that the 60-day deadline doesn't apply. Yeah, as Priyavra said, they reset the war clock. Well, they said they did. So you can see AP says, the Trump administration is arguing that the war in Iran has already ended because of the ceasefire that began in early April, an interpretation that would allow the White House to avoid the need to ask for congressional approval. This statement furthers an argument. The statement furthers an argument laid out by Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth during testimony in the Senate earlier Thursday, where he said that the ceasefire effectively paused the war. Under that rationale, the administration has not yet met the requirement mandated by a 1973 law to seek formal approval from Congress for military action that extends beyond 60 days. A senior administration official said for purposes of that law, the hostilities that began on February 28th have terminated. The official said the U.S. military and Iran have not exchanged fire since the 2-week ceasefire began. Well, it's now longer than 2 weeks, on April 7th. While the ceasefire has since been extended, Iran maintains its chokehold on the Strait of Hormuz, and the U.S. Navy is maintaining a blockade to prevent Iran's oil tankers from getting out to sea, indeed to prevent anything going into and coming from Iran by shipping on the southern coast. Under the War Powers Resolution, the law that sought to constrain a president's military powers, President Trump had until Friday to seek congressional authorization or cease fighting. The law also allows the administration to extend that deadline by 30 days. Democrats have pushed the administration for formal approval of the Iran war, and the 60-day mark would likely have been a turning point for a swath of Republican lawmakers who backed temporary action against Tehran but insisted on congressional input for something longer. Republican Susan Collins of Maine said that deadline is not a suggestion, it's a requirement. She voted Thursday in favor of a measure that would end military action in Iran since Congress had not given its approval. She said further military action against Iran must have a clear mission, achievable goals, and a defined strategy for bringing the conflict to a close. During testimony on Thursday in the Senate Armed Services Committee, Pete Hegseth said it was the administration's understanding that the 60-day clock was on pause while the two countries were in a ceasefire. Senator Tim Kaine Democrat, told reporters the defense secretary advanced a very novel argument I've never heard before and certainly has no legal support. Catherine Jan Ebright, counsel at Brennan Center's Liberty and National Security Program and an expert on war powers, said that interpretation would be a sizable extension of previous legal gamesmanship related to the 1973 law. To be very, very clear and unambiguous, nothing in the text or design of the War Powers Resolution suggests that the 60-day clock can be paused or terminated, she said. Other presidents have argued that the military action they've taken was not intense enough or was too intermittent to qualify under the War Powers Resolution. But Trump's war in Iran would certainly not be such a case, Ebright said, adding that lawmakers need to push back against the administration on that kind of argument. So, as this AP article says, the Trump administration today said that is arguing that the Iran war in Iran has ended, and because of the ceasefire, and that therefore the 60-day clock does not apply. Okay. Hold on a moment here. So if you hear this story today or you see this headline, there's nothing there's nothing to suggest the administration has changed its actual conduct of the war. It's an argument being put forward because the 60-day deadline was coming up. Now, I guess in theory, Congress could still pass some sort of resolution that says you need to end the war now because we haven't approved it. And then President Trump might veto it, and Congress would need 2/3 to override the veto. And then even in that case, I believe the White House could maybe file some sort of lawsuit and it could go to court to decide, because a number of presidents have said they believe that law is unconstitutional, the War Powers Resolution. Yes, as Deadly Dylan says, so it's not over. I've seen nothing to suggest that the U.S. has in any way changed its military policy today. It's this. It's a statement they're putting out because the deadline was arriving. You can see here from Reuters, Trump says Iran war terminated as war powers deadline arrives. Stally says mission accomplished moment. I don't know about that, because it's not like they made a big, it's not like I'm seeing, big announcements by Trump about how the war is over. It's more that it's like this legal maneuver, it seems like. Hold on a second. Let me just thank a couple people. We'll take some more comments. Hey, Fred Withrow. Fred, that is so nice of you. Fred, really nice of Fred, who is watching on X, who donated to the channel. Thank you, Fred Withrow. That's really kind of you. Also, thank you to Lisa Sawyer. Thank you so much, Lisa. And Paps 000, thanks for the membership. Thank you, Jeff TE88 PFCR. Jeff says, how long were we in Afghanistan, Iraq, Syria, etc.? Thank you, Silent Josine, for being a member. Bernard Tapey for being a member. Thank you. Again, I'm keeping an eye on Trump speaking. If he starts talking about the war again, I can put the volume on. David Sinclair says Congress has pretty much said the war is legal. The Speaker of the House agrees that the war stopped. Well, the Speaker of the House isn't all of Congress. I mean, it seems like Congress is pretty divided on this among Democrats and Republicans. However, not every Democrat or every Republican feels the same way. I haven't seen Congress pass any kind of resolution saying the war is legal. But they haven't passed a resolution to say, hey, we haven't approved this, you need to stop. Oh, oops. You know what happened with the marine traffic map? I didn't even see it. I guess I'm not logged in. Hold on, let me log in. I'm not logged into marine traffic. Now I'm logged in. Here we go. We're all logged in. We're good to go. Okay. Regarding that story we were just talking about, Reuters says, if you see here, look. Oh, hold on. President Trump has somebody up at the mic now. What's happening?
Hi, everybody. First of all, I would like to thank President Trump for everything he's done for all of us. And the big, beautiful bill helped my husband and I so much this year. We were so shocked when we picked up our tax return and the accountant told us how much money we were getting back. We were just thrilled. It was double what we thought we would get. We ended up using some of that money to pay for a new roof. Now, we all know we live in Florida and we all need roofs. So we were able to use some of that money for the new roof, and we're thrilled that we were able to do that and we didn't deplete our savings account. So and this is all because of the no tax on Social Security. And, we live on a income that's fixed. And so we have to be careful how we spend our money. And thanks to President Trump, and his administration, we've been able to live a great life here in Florida. So, thank you, everyone. Thank you, President.
I figured I'd show you. He had brought somebody on the stage.
That's better than I can do, I'll tell you right now. No, it's a great story. Thank you.
All right, again, I am monitoring for President Trump to make more remarks on the war. If he does, we will go back to that and show you and turn it on. Let's see here. Regarding the same story we were just talking about, Reuters says President Trump declared that the ceasefire had terminated hostilities against Iran as he sought to bolster his argument that he does not need lawmakers' permission to continue the conflict. In a letter to congressional leaders on Friday, the deadline to come to Congress about the war, Trump said there had been no exchange of fire with Iran since the ceasefire. The hostilities that began on February 28th have been terminated, he said. Under the 1973 War Powers Resolution, a U.S. president can wage military action for only 60 days before ending it, asking Congress for authorization or seeking a 30-day extension due to unavoidable military necessity regarding the safety of the U.S. Armed Forces while withdrawing forces. Our viewer Fred Flintstone thinks the blockade is an act of war. I think is he talking about the war right now? Let's see.
It's ever been done in the State of the Union. We gave him the Congressional Medal of Honor, and the Democrats sat there like a...
Oh, no, he's not talking about the war right now. Hang on a moment. What I'll try to do is... Hang on a moment. Why is this all weird? Here is the letter. I see the letter here. I have a copy of the letter here. That I'm going to show you. I think it's the letter. It's weird. I don't see it. I see it posted several places. But I don't know why it's not more widely posted. Real Daily Wire posted it. RT posted it. I'll try to show this to you. I was just trying to figure out, it's kind of weird. I don't see it posted that widely. Let's see. So I was trying to get a little more confirmation on this letter I'm seeing thrown around on the internet, just to get confirmation that's the legit letter. Well, maybe I'll look in a little bit. Anyways, all right, so we can talk more about that, the whole 60-day thing. And is he talking about the war at this point?
And I thought I was sort of doing him a favor by doing him this show. I said, I'm hotter than he is. Why the hell should I?
No, that's not about the war. And we want to take more comments from you guys. Here's another headline for you from the Washington Post. Trump says Iran conflict is terminated as he hits congressional deadline. President Trump claimed in a letter to Congress today that hostilities with Iran have terminated as he reached a legal deadline that requires military operations to halt unless lawmakers authorize force. His claim came as the U.S. continues to enforce a naval blockade of Iran and as he declined to rule out additional strikes on the country. The War Powers Resolution of 1973 requires presidents to remove U.S. forces from any conflict that Congress has not authorized within 60 days of the White House notifying Congress of hostilities, a deadline that Trump hit today. Trump wrote in his letter to lawmakers that the conflict has been effectively over since the ceasefire. Democrats pushed back. Chuck Schumer, Senate Majority Leader, described Trump's argument in a post on X as BS. I'll show you what Schumer said. What's happening down here? Hold on.
Minister those.
It's Dr. Phil. Hey, Dr. Phil, I think, is with President Trump right now. Look.
I recall one guy did that about the president's age. Took about 6 minutes to go through it. I said, so what's your answer? And he said, a small wire-haired terrier. So great that he got that done. No kidding. Listen, I really do want to take a chance to talk about this a little bit because what the president is doing here is really something you got to think about differently. He's restoring trust between Americans and the government because you understand you understand that this was, your benefits were never supposed to be taxed to begin with. That was the deal the American government made with the American people. And from 1935 until 1983, that was the deal. And then they changed the deal. That wasn't what you started with. That wasn't the deal. And President Trump is trying to bring the deal back and say you can trust your government to do what they tell you they will do. President Trump is fighting to restore trust between Americans and the government. And he's trying to right a wrong here. One of the things that President Trump does is he tries to solve problems that nobody else is even working on. They're not even working on this stuff, and he's solving those problems. He's solving the problems other people, they're not even working on. This taxation is double. It's double taxation. Workers pay their 6.2% with after-tax dollars, and then are taxing them again, which is patently unfair. You're paying taxes twice. And he's not willing to say that. And seniors are vulnerable because you have fixed incomes and no ability to earn your way out of a broken tax promise for a tax burden. And he's fighting for that so you don't have to do that. And I think everybody should recognize he's fighting for something you can't fight back for. And that is so important. And it's really critical that this simplifies everything. And people will say, well, it's going to cost money. That was the deal. That was why they changed the deal. It didn't have anything to do with taxes. It had to do with trying to increase revenue. If we'll just let him go track down the fraud money, it'll more than pay for this 10 times over. It will more than pay for this to stop the fraud in America. Stop the fraud in America. And here's a little reminder. Here's a little reminder in case your mind is playing tricks on you. You matter. You are important. And you are important to this president. I know him, and you are important to this president. And I will tell you a quick story. We win. The end. You know, I've spent most of my life, certainly as a professional, actually since I was 12 years old, studying why people do what they do and don't do what they don't do. And I can tell you that in studying that, I have found out what makes people champions. And I know what makes him a champion. I can tell you, people that are champions play the game with passion. They play the game with passion. They surround themselves with like-minded people who understand why they feel so strongly about what they do. They tell themselves the truth. They deal with the truth when it comes up. And I didn't come down here just to stand up and say a few things and get a little golf clap from everybody and say, nice speech. I wanted to come down here because I want you to remember what I'm saying about President Trump and not getting taxed on your Social Security benefits and about his leadership. I want you to remember that on May 1st, the bald guy came up and told you that this is important and we've got midterms coming up and you need to make sure that not only you vote, but find 10 people and make sure that they vote.
All right, so I want to show you a little bit of, unless I'm wrong, I believe that's Dr. Phil. Hey, I just saw something I wanted to mention. So we'll monitor President Trump and see if he says any more about the war. If I see him talking about the war, I will put it on the air. By the way, real quick, thanks so much to Jeff, TE88 PFCR. Jeff says North and South Korea remain in a state of ceasefire under the Korean Armistice Agreement not signed by South Korea. Thank you, Jeff TE88 PFCR. I really appreciate it. Also, LARNCM for the memberships. Thank you. CIA Contact. Thank you for being a member. Who says Congress equal blame for this war? Thank you, Arvid from Norway, who says, I am tired of the U.S. and the arrogance they exercise. I think the majority of the world thinks so too. This will hurt the U.S. more than it will do any good. That's what Arvid says. Also, Lisa Sawyer and Jeff, TE88 PFCR. Thank you, Jeff. I appreciate it. Thank you, Jeff. Hey, I just saw something. CBS News reports, Jennifer Jacobs with CBS News just reported that Trump is moving about 5,000 U.S. forces out of Germany, partly as a signal of his discontent with Friedrich Merz's commentary and European allies' lack of support during Iran operations. So I believe the U.S., because we looked this up on the other day, I believe they have about 50,000 troops in Germany. I believe, if you add the Army and the Air Force troops. So again, Trump, CBS News reporting, Jennifer Jacobs, that Trump is moving about 5,000 U.S. forces out of Germany. Remember, earlier this week, the German Chancellor, Friedrich Merz, gave remarks where he said that the U.S. lacked an exit strategy from the war, that the U.S. was being humiliated by Iran. I believe he said in negotiations. President Trump was not happy with that. So again, that just getting reported a couple minutes ago. I don't think there's been a formal announcement of it yet. CBS News says Trump administration to cut 5,000 American forces from Germany. That is a CBS News reporting that the Trump administration is planning to withdraw about 5,000 American forces. And senior defense officials characterize this to CBS as a signal of Trump's discontent with the level of assistance that European allies have offered in the U.S.-Iran war. Also, CBS News notes that Trump publicly criticized German Chancellor Merz and leaders of other NATO member states for not getting directly involved in the U.S. military's campaign against Iran. Well, also, he criticized Merz this week over Merz's remarks. I've seen different estimates. So CBS News says more than 36,000 troops were assigned to bases in Germany as of last December. Euronews had said that, but said that there were also about 10,000 or so, if I have it right, Air Force troops. So I'm not sure on the exact number because I've seen different numbers quoted in different outlets for the number of U.S. troops in Germany. It's the most of any European country. Politico says between 35 and 40,000 troops. Anyways, that gives you a CNBC says over 36,000. Well, for the now, we'll say about roughly 35, 40,000. So that's being reported right now, guys. Reuters also reports this. U.S. Secretary Hegseth, U.S. Defense Secretary Hegseth orders withdrawal of 5,000 troops from Germany to be completed over the next 6 to 12 months, Pentagon says. So that is now being reported by Reuters as well. Just seeing that right now. I should have an article shortly, but when I do, I'll let you know. Oh, hold on. Trump is talking about NATO, I think.
He said, fire him. No, they know they got problems. No, it was a paper tiger. We got critical race theory out of our schools.
He was talking about NATO, not right now. When I have more on that update on this news story about the U.S. pulling out 5,000 troops from Germany, I'll certainly let you know. Yes, Reuters is saying the U.S. is withdrawing 5,000 troops from Germany. CBS News also reporting that. Reuters says the Pentagon announced this. That's from Idris Ali. Let's see here. Strong One thinks that's a win for Putin. Let's see here. I haven't seen an official public statement released by the Trump administration on this yet. Interesting, coming out Friday at 5:30 p.m. Oh, we have a statement from the Pentagon from Fox News. Jackie Heinrich. She reports that the chief Pentagon spokesperson, Sean Parnell, tells Fox News the Secretary of War has ordered the withdrawal of approximately 5,000 troops from Germany. This decision follows a thorough review of the department's force posture in Europe and is in recognition of theater requirements and conditions on the ground. We expect the withdrawal to be completed over the next 6 to 12 months. Feist, our viewer, thinks the U.S. should recall all troops in Germany. I wonder when the last time was that the U.S. withdrew troops from Germany. Maybe sometime after the Cold War ended? I don't know. Maybe not. I asked Gemini. Gemini claimed that in 2020, the Trump administration had announced the removal of about 12,000 troops, but it never actually happened. Quick thank you to Velibor Vucetic. Velibor Vucetic, thanks so much for your support watching in Florida. Thank you so much, Velibor. So again, some breaking news the last few minutes. Pentagon announces Trump is pulling 5,000 troops, Trump administration pulling 5,000 troops from Germany. And to repeat also, according to CBS News' Jennifer Jacobs, this is partly meant as a signal of Trump's discontent with German Chancellor Merz's commentary and also of European allies' lack of support during Iran operations. Mike J. thinks it's a big move. X Kyle says, making room for Putin to strike, it will probably happen as soon as this year. That's what X Kyle said. Thanks to Gary Baines, our member. Give me a moment here. I'm checking some of the messages people have been sending me. Okay, we are bringing you live coverage. Why are the captions not working on President Trump? What is he talking about right
contest against a group of women and one gentleman.
now? All right, I was just trying to see if he was talking about the war. Thank you, Rory McLean. Rory, I have not heard about that story. I will keep an eye out, but I have not heard about that myself, Rory. But thank you. Rory said stabbing in London. Well, 2 days ago, there was a stabbing incident in London. I don't really want to take too much time going into that because it's a bit off topic at the moment, and it was 2 days ago. I had reposted about it on my X account. There was a stabbing attack in London where 2 Jewish men were stabbed in North London in a suspected terrorist incident. That was a couple days ago. I'm not aware of anything new today. Thank you, Rory McLean. Also, thank you to Mac Massioli. Mac claims that 4 stations in Phoenix are out of gas next to my house. If that's happening, I mean, I have not heard of any sort of gas shortages in the U.S. related to the war. If that's happening, I don't know why it's happening, but I would not assume it's some kind of big U.S. shortage because I've literally heard of no kind of reports of any kind of shortage stuff going on in the U.S. related to the war. But if I hear of anything like that, I'll let you know. Thank you, Mac Massioli. I haven't heard of any reports like that. If I hear of more, I'll let you know. One of our viewers, Steve Nelly, says, I'm in West Phoenix and I haven't heard of it. All right, we're trying to get you more news on this troops being pulled out of Germany story. 5,000 troops. Here, look at, I got the headline. U.S. withdrawing 5,000 troops from Germany. U.S. officials say. Out of about 40,000 that are there. Reuters says this is an apparent rebuke to the close NATO ally amid a widening rift between President Trump and Europe over the Iran war. Trump had threatened a drawdown in forces earlier this week after sparring with German Chancellor Merz, who said on Monday Iranians were humiliating the U.S. in talks to end the war. Also, Merz said on Monday that the U.S. lacked a plan for the end of the war. The withdrawal is expected to be completed over the next 6 to 12 months. Paul Cosgrove thinks 5,000 is not that big of a deal. He's our viewer. McClunky said Merz hit a nerve with that. Jeff says that's a pretty big drawdown. Michelle McGill says no reason to bash Germany. Stalis, I do not know if they're going elsewhere in Europe or back to the US. That I don't know. Sid Vicious says huge. Might he withdraw more troops in the future? I don't know. Maybe this is some sort of implied threat to withdraw even more troops. Gas buddy guy Patrick Dahan points out that gas prices in the U.S. this week, he says, he's at Gas Buddy Guy. He says the national gas price average started this week at $4.05 a gallon and ends the work week at nearly $4.45 per gallon, with gas prices in 32 states that have risen more than 25 cents per gallon. For some reason, the captions were working on this, and now they're not, so I have to see what he's talking about.
You remember last time, because we were doing so well, I had a potential slogan, keep America great. So instead of make America great again, it was keep America great. Here's the problem, CAG. I said, that doesn't work.
It's interesting. President Trump has now been speaking for about 90 minutes at the Villages. About 90 minutes at the Villages in Florida. I've been showing you some periodically when he speaks about the war. He doesn't always speak for 90 minutes. Jay Kelly boss mentions some news about Spirit Airlines. Hold on a second here. Hold on. We didn't even talk about Spirit Airlines. I want to talk about them shortly. Give me a moment here. Please give me a moment. Oh, Spirit is, one of our viewers mentioned this. Jay Kelly Boss mentioned this. Wall Street Journal says Spirit is expected to cease operations at 3 a.m., around 3 a.m. It's related to the war because one of the big problems Spirit is having is with gas prices. President Trump is finishing. Yes, so Wall Street Journal says Spirit is currently expected to cease operations around 3 a.m. Saturday. Oopsie, what just happened there? Give me a moment. Give me a moment. Give me a moment. What is going on with this? What did they do here? Oh, I see. So, Wall Street Journal, Spirit Airlines is expected to cease operations around 3 a.m. ET Saturday. We're going to talk about that as well. All right, President Trump finished speaking, so let me just get that off the screen. We don't need that anymore. Okay, now, I'm going to give you an update on that. But again, the Wall Street Journal says Spirit is expected to cease operations around 3 a.m. Saturday. Remember that there had been talk of a possible move by the Trump administration to give Spirit some money to continue and then take over part of the company. Take ownership of some of the company. Let me get you an update on that. Thanks to the viewer for mentioning that. Hold on a moment. One moment, please. So you can see here, Reuters said Trump gives Spirit final rescue proposal as airline prepares shutdown. Reuters said that President Trump said today the White House had given Spirit Airlines and its creditors a final proposal to try to rescue the bankrupt airline, even as they prepare to shut down without a last-minute deal. I'll show you President Trump's remarks earlier today. I should have some footage of that. He said, "We're looking at Spirit. If we can help them, we will. But we have to come first," Trump said. "If we could do it, we do it, but only if it's a good deal." Trump added he expected an announcement later on Friday. 4 people familiar with the situation confirmed a Wall Street Journal report that Spirit is preparing to cease operations after hitting an impasse in talks with some creditors on a $500 million government bailout plan. 2 of the sources said government officials expect Spirit to cease operations around 3 a.m. Eastern Time, but emphasized that it could change. They said the Spirit board was meeting on Friday to consider shutdown plans. A company spokesperson declined to comment on ongoing discussions and said Spirit is operating as usual. Reuters also reports the White House has reached out to other airlines to discuss how to accommodate people with Spirit tickets if the airline stops operating. United Airlines and American Airlines said they were preparing to support Spirit customers if the rival shuts down. American Airlines also said it has capped fares on routes where it competes with Spirit. The Association of Flight Attendants president, Sarah Nelson, said Spirit's fate was in Trump's hands and a shutdown could cost nearly 20,000 jobs. If you're in charge, President Trump, then make it happen now, she said on X. Sources said that the Trump administration had proposed $500 million in financing in exchange for warrants equivalent to 90% of Spirit's equity. By the way, not all Spirit bondholders were on board with the deal, reports said. And I've seen some reports that said bondholders for Spirit, people and institutions that had loaned Spirit money, they were wary of a deal because it could make their position worse. So, for example, hang on a moment here. Yeah, the Wall Street Journal, for example, says some Spirit bondholders, those would be people who had loaned money to Spirit, were against the deal, the federal bailout deal, because they were convinced it would have hurt them economically. President Trump said today at the White House that if Spirit agreed to the offer from the administration, the bondholders would not be a top priority for the airline. He said, if we can help them, we will, but we have to come first. We're first. So I had read an article a day or two ago about this that talked about how bondholders were cautious about this deal because it's that they didn't that. So if it's possible that if bondholders, depending on the deal, but it's possible that in a federal bailout, the current bondholders would no longer be first in line to get their money back. If, I guess, the airline eventually went out of business. So again, for this deal for a federal government Trump administration bailout to be approved, the people who've loaned money to Spirit Airlines have to approve it. And if they don't like the deal, then they're not going to approve it. So we're going to have to keep an eye on that. Remember, Spirit, a big reason for their recent issues is the increase in fuel price, which has gone up. I think it's about doubled during the war. See if I can get you a little more background on that. Now, AP in their article today says, the airline has struggled financially since the COVID pandemic, weighed down by rising operating costs and growing debt. By the time it filed for Chapter 11 protection in November 2024, it had lost more than $2.5 billion since the start of 2020. The budget carrier sought bankruptcy protection again in August of last year when it reported having $8.1 billion in debt and $8.6 billion in assets. Shortly before, its parent company revealed in a quarterly report that it had substantial doubt about Spirit's ability to stay in business over the next year, citing adverse market conditions, including weak leisure domestic travel demand and ongoing uncertainties in its business operations. About 1.7 million passengers took domestic flights with Spirit in February, about 500,000 fewer than it did during the same month a year earlier. Spirit has also reduced its capacity by about half over a year. Rising jet fuel costs tied to the Iran war have intensified pressure on the airline. Its creditors last month those who loan money to it, expressed doubts about whether Spirit could continue operating, raising the possibility of the airline being forced to sell off assets and shut down. Wow. So again, the Wall Street Journal says that 3 a.m., around 3 a.m., they will stop operating. Miss Link says there are far better airlines that failed: Pan Am, Braniff Continental. Hold on one second here. One of the viewers, hold on a second here. One of our viewers asked who owns Spirit Airlines. So Spirit Airlines was publicly traded until it filed for bankruptcy in 2024. And I believe at this point, so it's no longer publicly traded. And there are a number of creditors who have loaned it money who took control of it, I believe. Let's see here. After it went bankrupt. Our viewer Cynthia Masters asked that question. But that's a good question. I don't know exactly. Let's see. Again, I believe, from what I understand, that after it went bankrupt, it was then owned by, it was not a publicly traded stock, it was then owned by creditors who had given it money to operate, who had loaned it money. So we're going to be keeping an eye on that. Hold on a second here. But could we get some last minute announcement by President Trump or the Trump administration that they're saving the airline, that somehow the creditors have agreed? Yeah, the New York Times also is reporting that some of the investors that Spirit owes money to are against the proposed Trump administration bailout because they feel that they would be in a worse financial position in the bailout. I guess one way to think about this is if you loaned Spirit a bunch of money and you haven't been paid back. So one option would be that the airline just stops operating and they sell their assets. Like, I guess their planes and stuff, right? They sell it and you get some of your money back. And you might think to yourself, well, I get X dollars back from the asset sales. And you might think, well, given the terms of this deal that the government is proposing, I would get even less under that deal. Odds are. I mean, I think maybe because, however the deal is structured. So I would assume they're comparing what they get without the deal and with the deal. Oh, we should check. The New York Times says some of the investors who have objected to the bailout were firms like Citadel, Cyrus Capital, and PIMCO, who had invested in Spirit. Okay, hold on. Let's see here. I also want to get you, President Trump talked about Spirit and also the war today when he answered some questions earlier today. So what would be nice is if I could pull up for you guys the footage of him earlier today. I think I have it right here. I'm going to pull that up, and then you can watch him take some questions today. Mr. Juan Dover says, are ships making it through or no? No, just the last few, again, these days, just a handful of ships are usually going through each day. I'd have to check the numbers to see how many went through the past day. We'll watch the replay in a little bit too of the last 24 hours. But not many ships are going through the Strait of Hormuz these days. Iran has effectively shut it down. And the U.S. is not letting ships go to and from Iran. For example, Iran can't send ships out carrying its own oil. Phoenix 28 says, my dad worked for Pan American before I was born. It's long gone. At the same time, my mom worked for United. It is still going strong. What I need to do, I need to take about 7 seconds. I left my water bottle outside, one room away when we started the stream. So give me about 10 seconds and let me grab my water bottle. Hold on. Okay, I have my water bottle. I apologize. I'm still a bit congested, but I am feeling better generally. Hey, why don't we look at what President Trump said earlier today when he answered questions? Hey, by the way, thanks so much to Tyler Sprague. Tyler Spragelty, who says, shall we attempt a seance for Spirit, you're saying? I mean, it's still operating. Oh, I also wanted to check, thinking of Spirit, we should look at Flight Radar 24, at the Spirit flights. Guys, these could be some of the last Spirit flights ever, The Spirit Airlines flights right now. Spirit Airlines flights. Look at these. Look at all these Spirit. They're all flying now. Look at all these flights here on Flight Radar 24. Oh, maybe I can do a filter. Filters. Why is it that on? All categories. I had the military filter on. Add new filter. Airline, Spirit Airlines filter, continue. Okay, so I have the Spirit filter on. These are all Spirit Airlines flights. Wow, guys, are these some of the last ones? I wonder if anyone flew Spirit today just because they were like, this might be the last day that they fly. Sean Lee says, this is historic. Look at this. That's a white Spirit plane. There they are, guys. Not many, says John Flick. Again, reportedly, Spirit Airlines will shut down for good at 3 a.m. Now, if there had not been a big increase in fuel prices, would they not be facing this, what they're facing right now? That I don't know. Mr. QQQ Crash says, well, goodbye, Spirit. No deal right now. We don't have any official announcement. Hang on a second here. What happens if you're mid-flight at 3 a.m.? I don't know that there'll be any Spirit flights up at 3 a.m. That's a good question, though. I don't know that there would be. Coder Logan says Spirit is officially a Spirit at 3 a.m. Walla thinks they would land at 3 a.m. wherever they are. Huh. I don't know. I don't know if any of them will be flying then. By the way, thanks also to Firejack. Firejack thinks that this is a quarantine, not a blockade. In a blockade, nothing goes through. Specific ships makes it a quarantine. Well, but in theory, nothing is supposed to go to and from. So remember, Firejack, we're not talking about. The blockade is not a blockade of the Strait of Hormuz. The blockade is of Iran's southern coast. And I believe the blockade is supposed to be applied to all ships going to and from Iran. It's not a blockade of the Strait of Hormuz because the U.S. is permitting ships going through the Strait of Hormuz that don't go to and from Iran. That might be some of the confusion. Thank you so much, Firejack. Thank you also, Darren May, our member. I want to shout out our mods too. And then we're going to watch what President Trump had to say today when he took some questions. Thank you, Bravo Alpha Echo, for subscribing on Twitch. Thanks, Who Shot JR on Twitch. Thanks, Koagoose, for subscribing on Twitch. Thanks, Graybeard Games, for subscribing on Twitch. And also, thank you to all of our moderators. We have modding right now Big Ball of Yarn, LB Prairie Dawn, Idaho Star, Matthew Kohai 3, and Surly Dev on Twitch. Linda Bell, Larry, and Misha moderate for us over there on X. Thank you. Hold on. Andrea Holder on Facebook, K. Lowry Body. Thank you for moderating over there. And also thanks for subscribing, Diane Allworth on Facebook. And Barry Eisler, Helen Anderson as well. Also, thank you to Ruth for moderating on YouTube. Thank you so much, Ruth. I hope I'm getting all the moderators. Mezzo Superfy says Spirit Airlines will soon join Spirit Halloween in heaven. Did Spirit Halloween go out of business? I can't even remember. I can't remember. Roberts May Queen is moderating. I don't see that they're closed. I'm looking up Spirit Halloween. They were open last year, Spirit Halloween. I don't see any stories about them going out of business. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything about them going out of business. They were open at the end of last year, Halloween season. It's only May 1st. Skieswind says, I went to Spirit last year at the Mall of America. Yes, Red Girl says it's seasonal by me. All right, what I'm going to do now is why don't we take a look at... Oh, Janet is moderating too. Thanks so much, Janet, for moderating over on YouTube. Why don't we take a look at what President Trump said earlier today. Then we're going to give you more updates, take some more of your comments. There's also something else I want to mention too. I'm just making sure I'm not missing anything in the last couple minutes, because things happen. I want to make sure I don't have anything the last couple minutes. Okay, let's watch this. I'm going to pull this up right now for you guys. Here is, oh my gosh, I have so much open here on my desktop. Need to close some of this stuff. Okay, I got it. We are going to watch what President Trump had to say. Hopefully the audio is hearable. Okay, here it is. Okay, this is earlier today at the White House. Earlier today, good. Now we're going to do this. We'll see how the audio is.
So they want to make a deal, but I'm not satisfied with it, so we'll see what happens. Iran wants to make a deal because they have no military left, essentially, and they want to make a deal, but I'm not satisfied with it.
So he said Iran wants to make a deal, but he's not satisfied with what they're proposing. Okay.
Why are you not seeking congressional approval to extend it?
Because it's never been sought before. There's been many times, and nobody's ever gotten it before. They consider it totally unconstitutional. But we're always in touch with Congress. But nobody's ever sought it before. Nobody's ever asked for it before. It's never been used before. Why should we be different?
So that he was asked about, again, the War Powers Resolution of 1973, I think, says that the president needs to get approval within 60 days of sending troops to fight in hostilities. And he just said there that they believe the law is unconstitutional, which some presidents have said. I don't know if all have said it, but some have said that, I believe. Also, he said that nobody has asked Congress before. So what the Trump administration did do today, I don't know if he mentions that here, but we talked about this earlier, is they sent a letter to Congress saying that the hostilities had terminated because there's been no active fighting since the ceasefire, and therefore the 60-day clock no longer applies because the war is quote-unquote terminated. Because I think today was day 60. We'll talk about that more, but I'll replay that, what he said there, just to give you a little context about what he was saying. Oopsie.
Because it's never been sought before. There's been...
New Iranian proposal, please.
So they want to make a deal, but I'm not satisfied with it, so we'll see what happens. Iran wants to make a deal because they have no military left, essentially, and they want to make a deal, but I'm not satisfied with it.
Why are you not seeking congressional approval to extend it?
Because it's never been sought before. There's been many times, and nobody's ever gotten it before. They consider it totally unconstitutional. But we're always in touch with Congress. But nobody's ever sought it before. Nobody's ever asked for it before. It's never been used before. Why should we be different?
Are you willing to send anybody to Islamabad, your envoy?
We have great respect for Pakistan and Islamabad, and tremendous respect for the Prime Minister and the Field Marshal, and they're working with us. They continue to work with us, but the trip is a very long one, and we're doing everything in terms of negotiating right now, in terms of the negotiation telephonically. They've made strides, but I'm not sure if they ever get there. There's tremendous discord. They're having a tremendous problem getting along with each other in Iran. The leadership is very disjointed. It's got 2 to 3 groups, maybe 4, and it's a very disjointed leadership. And with that being said, they all want to make a deal, but they're all messed up. I spoke with the winner, a very good man. As you know, I was very strongly in favor of him in Iraq. And we had a long conversation yesterday. I congratulated him. He won, and with our help, he won, and we want him to do very well. And I told him that the United States is with him all the way. It was a great victory. The new head of Iraq is somebody that we support very strongly.
Pakistan has opened the land route with Iran. Did they consult you before opening it up to Iran? And are you aware of it?
That was a vicious bee. I know everything about it. Yeah, I have great respect.
Did they consult you?
Are you from Pakistan?
No, I'm not from Pakistan. I'm American.
I have great respect for Pakistan and for the Field Marshal and for the Prime Minister. Yeah, I know that.
On the European Union yesterday, you talked about Italy and the withdrawal of troops from Europe, from Italy and Spain. Can you clarify with your words?
Well, I'm not happy with Italy and I'm not happy with Spain. And they feel it's okay for Iran to have a nuclear weapon. Anybody that feels it's okay for Iran to have a nuclear weapon is not very smart. And it'll be a terrible thing in the future. If they were ever allowed to have a nuclear weapon, you would have problems the likes of which the world has never seen before, and it's not going to happen. And aside from that, right now they have no Navy, it's been wiped out, no Air Force, it's been wiped out. They have no anything. They have no anti-aircraft, they have no radar, they have no leaders, because frankly, their leaders are very disjointed. They have a lot of problems right now. They're not getting along with each other. Their leaders are not getting along with each other. So.
Why?
We raised the tariffs on cars coming in from the European Union because the European Union was not adhering to the trade deal we have. So based on that, now, when they build their plants, of which they're spending over $100 billion, all countries, not just the Union. When those plants open, there won't be any tariffs. But we raised the tariffs because they were not, as usual, they were not adhering to the agreement that we have. We have a trade deal with the European Union. They were not adhering to it. So I raised the tariffs on cars and trucks to 25%. That's billions of dollars coming into the United States, and it forces them to move their factory production much faster. We have right now in the United States over $100 billion of car plants being built. It's a record. We've never had anything like it from all countries: Japan, South Korea, by the way, Canada, Mexico. They're all building plants in the United States. But the European Union was not adhering to the deal that we made.
Now he moved away from the camera. Oh, there, the camera.
Dealing with Iran, as you know, it's a very disjointed, unfriendly leadership, unfriendly to each other. They're not getting along. They're very, very confused by what's happened because essentially most of their military has been wiped out. But we just had a conversation with Iran. Let's see what happens. But I would say that I am not happy. Their leadership is very disjointed, very argumentative with each other. They come back, one says one thing, one says another. They're very confused. Obviously, their country has been, frankly, decimated. Their Navy is gone, their Air Force is gone. Many of their soldiers, unfortunately, are gone. They've got to come up with the right deal. At this moment, I'm not satisfied with what they're doing.
Did you decide against bailing out Spirit Airlines?
Well, I guess we're looking at it. If we could do it, we'd do it, but only if it's a good deal.
Claiming that they're preparing to shut down this weekend because they haven't gotten a deal.
Well, we're looking at it, but if we can't make a good deal, no institution's been able to do it. I said, I'd like to save the jobs, but we'll have an announcement sometime today. We gave them a final proposal.
So you heard what he said about Spirit Airlines. He said they'd like to save Spirit Airlines, but he doesn't know if it's going to happen. He said there would be an announcement sometime today. Remember, Wall Street Journal is reporting that Spirit Airlines will cease operations for good, forever, around 3 a.m. tonight.
Mr. President, it's day 60. Are you going to seek congressional authorization for...
Well, no other country has ever done it. It's never been, as you know, most people consider it totally unconstitutional. Also, we had a ceasefire, so that gives you additional time. But no other country's done it. We're in the midst of a big victory. This is a victory like we haven't had since Venezuela, okay, to be honest with you. We haven't had But, you know, we have a country that lost its way. It really lost its way. That's our country in terms of the military. Now we have a great military. We're on our way to another victory, a big victory. And I don't think that it's constitutional what they're asking for. These are not patriotic people that are asking. You know, when they say, even the losers, even the ones that say all the wrong things, admit that it's been amazing what we've done. The Strait is totally shut down. It's flawless. It's totally 100% shut down. Now, we've been dealing with Iran. They want to make a deal. They're not there. They're not with it. They're sort of, they get close, and then a new group of people come in. They don't know who their leaders are. They have no idea who their leaders are, but they're very confused, and that's because of the success we've had militarily. They essentially have no military. Let me just tell you, the war powers. So many presidents, as you know, have gone and exceeded it. It's never been used. It's never been adhered to, and every other president considered it totally unconstitutional, and we agree with that.
Will Iran affect your China trip given the blockade?
No, the China, it's going to be amazing. The visit with China and Chairman Xi, that's going to be great. We have the trip with China coming up. And I think it'll be an amazing event.
Mr. President, if you can't get a deal on Iran, what next? What will you do?
Well, right now we have negotiations going on. They're not getting there. They are very disjointed. They're extremely disjointed. They're not able to get along with each other as leaders. They don't know who the leader is. Their military has been defeated. If we left right now, it would take them 20 years to build back that country, but we're not satisfied at this moment.
Are you considering new strikes on Iran?
Why would I tell you that?
Spirit Airlines, what has been the holdup on it?
You heard he was asked, are you considering new strikes on Iran? And he said, why would I tell you that?
Mr. President, if you can't get a deal on Iran, what next? What will you do?
Sorry, I just went back a
right
few
now
seconds.
we have negotiations going on. They're not getting there. They are very disjointed. They're extremely disjointed. They're not able to get along with each other as leaders. They don't know who the leader is. Their military has been defeated. If we left right now, it would take them 20 years to build back that country, but we're not satisfied at this moment.
Are you considering new strikes on Iran?
Why would I tell you that?
Spirit Airlines, what has been the holdup on a deal? Are they
looking
balking?
at it. We're looking at trying to help them. Something looking to get involved with, but if we can, it's 14,000 jobs. I would say we're driving a tough deal, but it's one of those things. We'll do it or we won't. We'll have something for you today or tomorrow.
It seems like the other lenders are balking. They think they'll get bumped down in priority.
Well, they will. You know, we come first. Hey, you know what it is? USA first, America first. That's my point. Including with airlines, including with Intel. You know, we made an Intel deal. You know that, right? We made about $40 billion on that. And someday Fox and Peter is going to talk about it. But we helped out Intel, and we ended up making $40 billion. So we're looking at Spirit, different kind of a thing. But we're looking at Spirit, and we can help them, we will. But we have to come first. We're first. It's America first.
The CEO of Anthropic came to meet Susie Wiles a week or two ago. What is the latest on your position on that company?
Well, only that they had a very good meeting.
You had the CENTCOM commander come in here yesterday. Was he briefing you on a different approach? Options. What kind of options? How would it look different?
There are options. I mean, do we want to go and just blast the hell out of them and finish him forever, or do we want to try and make a deal? I mean, those are the options.
Do you want to go blast the hell out of him?
I'd prefer not. On a human basis, I prefer not, but that's the option. Do we want to go in there heavy and just blast them away? Or do we want to do something? They're a very disjointed unitship, as you can understand, Peter, very disjointed. I mean, they're not getting along with each other, and it puts us in a bad position. One group wants to make a certain deal, the other group wants to make a certain deal, including the hardliners. The hardliners want to make a deal too. Why wouldn't they? They have no Navy, they have no Air Force, they have no anti-aircraft, they have no nothing.
You heard him talk about saying one option would be to blast the hell out of them. I'm going to play that again.
Here yesterday, was he briefing you on a different approach? Options. What kind of options? How would it look different?
There are options. I mean, do we want to go and just blast the hell out of them and finish him forever, or do we want to try and make a deal? I mean, those are the options.
Do you want to go blast the hell out of him?
I prefer not. On a human basis, I prefer not, but that's the option. Do we want to go in there heavy and just blast them away, or do we want to do something? They're a very disjointed unitship, as you can understand, Peter, very disjointed. I mean, they're not getting along with each other, and it puts us in a bad position. One group wants to make a certain deal, the other group wants to make a certain deal, including the hardliners. The hardliners want to make a deal too. Why wouldn't they? They have no Navy, they have no Air Force, they have no anti-aircraft, they have no nothing.
There was some reporting this week that because of all the firepower required for Epic Fury, that there are people in the White House who are starting to worry about our inventory of bombs and missiles. Are you worried?
No, we have more than we've ever had, actually. Because all over the world we have inventory, and we can take that if we need it. But all over the world we have tremendous amounts of inventory, the best. For instance, we're stocked and locked and loaded. Right now, we have more than double what we had when this started. But, you know, we're all over the world. We're in many, many different countries, many different places, all packed up. Now, what happened is Biden came in like a stupid fool, and he gave a lot of what we had to Ukraine.
Right.
And the $350 billion they spent, we don't do that. Everybody has to pay. The European Union pays us, but Biden didn't get money. He got nothing. But he gave a lot of the inventory away. Now, relatively speaking, it's not that, but it was a lot of inventory. He gave it to Ukraine. We built it up, but we have inventory from all over the world.
Are you going to go to the G7? The G7 is in France in June. Will you go to it?
Probably.
Mr. President, with the Lebanese and Israeli leaders meeting here soon, Mr. President?
President NATO.
What about NATO?
Did the King change your mind? King Charles?
No. The King and I had a great, he's just a great person. He's a high quality person. I love the job he did in Congress. He actually got the Democrats to stand. He's a wonderful person. She's a wonderful lady, a wonderful queen, and we had a good time.
Mr. President, will the Lebanese and Israeli leaders be meeting here soon at the White House?
Yeah, they're going to be coming.
And President Trump, when you go to this is going to be your first big public event since somebody tried to kill you on Saturday. Do you feel safe going to something like this today?
I don't even think about it, Peter.
Do you still support a pardon for Pete Rose, sir?
Oh, I think Pete Rose was great. I think Pete Rose should have been in the Baseball Hall of Fame a long time ago. A long time ago before his death. I think baseball did a great disservice by not respecting his achievements on the field. He was a great player. I knew him.
Mr. President,
well.
sir.
He was a great player.
Will you pardon him?
It seems like you're happy with your blockade and you don't have to restart the war or you don't have to make a deal. Is that correct? Are you happy with the blockade?
The blockade has been unbelievable. Powerful, 100%. It's been actually unbelievable. If we left right now, we had a great victory, but we're not doing that. We're negotiating with them. Their teams are unbelievably disjointed, but we are negotiating.
Mr. President, the NASDAQ and the S&P 500 posted their biggest monthly gain since your first term, sir. Can you talk about what this means to you, the stock market performance, and do you believe that this is going to continue throughout the rest of your term?
Thank you. The stock market is hitting record numbers. We have more people working in the USA today than we've ever had working, as you know. It's in many ways. Now, when this war ends, gasoline and oil and everything is going to come tumbling down. But right now, as of this moment, the stock market has hit record highs. We have more people, again, working in the United States today than at any time in the history of our country. We are really doing well. Now, gasoline's high. Other prices are way down, but gasoline's high. But when this is over, you'll have a world without a nuclear weapon with Iran. If you allow Iran to have a nuclear weapon, the world would be in great jeopardy. So it's not going to happen. As soon as the war ends, the gasoline prices will come down.
You're going down to the villages. You're going to be talking to our seniors. You've delivered for seniors, no tax on Social Security, most favored nations. Can you talk about everything that you've done to help our senior population, sir?
It will be well. No tax on tips. We have the largest tax cuts in the history of our country also, and regulation cuts, and it's one of the reasons we're doing so well. So we have no tax on tips, no tax on Social Security for our seniors. We have no tax on overtime. And you know, something that nobody talks about, if you buy a car, if it's American-made, you get a deduction on interest for income tax purposes.
But Mr. President,
and by the way, very importantly, right over there, the greatest, you're going to have the greatest ballroom ever built. It's on time, on budget, and it's doing great.
And Mr. President, you're going to be hosting the first ever UFC fight at the White House in 45 days, sir. Can you preview the event? Can you talk about the card and what this will mean?
They have some of the greatest champions in the world. The arena, they're going to start building it over the next week. It's right here. It'll be about 5,000 seats. They'll have 100,000 people down by the ellipse with screens, and it's all free. It's going to be great. I got to go.
Right. I don't know if that was it for the question.
We have more people working in the United States today than ever before in history. Outside of the gasoline prices are way down. Prices have come down grossly, and I inherited that. We inherited the highest inflation in the history of our country, 48 years. In the history of our country.
Mr. President.
And prices are down. When the war ends, it shouldn't be too long. They want to make a deal so badly, but they're not there yet. They're not there, in my opinion.
Mr. President.
When the war ends, gasoline prices are going to tumble because there is so much right now on the sea already loaded into tankers. Tankers that can't escape the strait. There is so much like record setting. But when the war ends, gasoline prices will go down to below what they were.
About the Hormuz.
The stock market just hit an all-time high. And again, more people working today than at any time ever. And we just got the largest tax cut in history with the no tax.
Mr. President, Mr. Kurdistan.
You like him?
I love you, Mr. President. Mr. President,
I like him too.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, you said you send weapons to help Iranian demonstrators. Some sources claim these weapons are in Soleimania, in Iraqi Kurdistan. Do you confirm that? And as you said, they will pay a big price?
I'm not happy with the delivery of the weapons. I'm not thrilled with it. But a small amount of weapons were sent, and we'll see who has them. But I'm not happy with what happened with the Kurds. The Kurds did not deliver the weapons.
Mr. President, are refusing to receive oil production.
all coming up. They're loading up. The biggest ships in the world are coming up to Louisiana, Texas, and to Alaska. And they're loading up. So what do you think? I don't want to say it, but our country is getting stronger and stronger. This has been amazing. The amount of oil and gas that we're selling now is at a level that nobody's ever seen before.
Would you consider Ron DeSantis for a cabinet position?
Well, I like him a lot, so nobody
Can you
did.
tell us what you're not satisfied?
I like him a lot.
Can you tell us why you're not satisfied with Iran? Can you tell us? You said you're not satisfied with the plan right now. Can you tell us what specifically you're not satisfied with?
They're asking for things that I can't agree to.
So that was President Trump taking questions today. All right, so that was Trump's appearance today. Answering some questions. He said that the U.S. is not satisfied with what Iran is offering in negotiations. He says Iran has, there's confusion among their leadership. They have different people in the leadership who disagree with each other, and there's no one really in charge. No one person. I know the video was loud. Sorry, it's because I think it was the helicopter was waiting to take off. All right, now. Strong One thinks Iran is just waiting for the elections in November. Thanks so much, by the way, to Jeff TE88 for your support, who says Trump was talking about blasting the hell out of infrastructure. That's what Jeff thought. Thanks also Nathan McSweeney. Nathan says it's the same speech every time. Thank you also Jerry Kovacs for your support. Thank you, Jerry Kovacs. So remember, it is now Friday at 6:43 Eastern. So the stock market is closed. U.S. stock market closed till Monday. The oil markets, international oil market, closed until Sunday at 6 Eastern time. So might we have something happen this weekend at all? Stuff sometimes happens on the weekends when the markets are closed. Just hold on a moment here. Yes, one of our viewers said confused about the Kurd comment, real world truth and justice. At one point today, he said that the U.S. had sent some weapons for the Iranian protesters, and he said they sent them to the Kurds, a small amount of weapons, and he said he was unhappy with that, and that the Kurds had never given the weapons to who they were supposed to go to. I know nothing about this. I just know he said it. But, you know, he also said, he has said this before. Early this month, President Trump told Fox News early this month that the U.S. sent guns to protesters through the Kurds, but the New York Post, I'm looking at an article from like early this month. The New York Post said some Kurdish groups disputed Trump's claims, with one Kurdish representative saying, "We did not receive any weapons during the time of the demonstrations." So I guess according to earlier this month, President Trump had claimed that the U.S. tried to sent weapons during the protests for the protesters, and he said that they sent them through the Kurds and that the Kurds didn't deliver them. It sounded like that's what he was saying today. I don't know if this is true. I have no idea. By the way, Middle East Eye reported about 3 weeks ago that several Kurdish leaders denied they received weapons from the U.S. after President Trump had said that Washington had sent weapons through the Kurds to Iranian protesters. And President Trump said earlier this month, "I think the Kurds took the guns." So I don't know what to make of all that. What can I tell you? Jerusalem Post reported on April 6th, Kurdish Iranian groups deny receiving guns from U.S. following Fox report. Okay, so again, I don't know what to tell you about that. I don't have reliable evidence that that's true or not true. Darcy Do That says, like they're going to admit to stealing. Hold on a second here. Some of our viewers mentioned something. I just wanted to mention this. If you give me a second, I'll pull it up here. When was this? Yes, one of our viewers just mentioned this. Jonathan Scanlon and some other viewers did. Iranian state media said that 14 Revolutionary Guard soldiers. Oops, you can't see this now. It's going on and off. Let's try this again. Iranian state media Fars said 14 Iranian soldiers were martyred due to explosion of unexploded ordnance. Specialist forces entered contaminated areas after the enemy strikes that have been going on, and have been identifying and neutralizing unexploded ordnance, they say. But today, during one of those missions, 14 were killed and 2 were injured. I don't know if that's true. But the Iranian state media is claiming that while trying to find and explode or deal with unexploded ordnance, that 14 soldiers were killed and 2 were injured. I don't know if that's true. I don't know why they'd be posting that if no soldiers were killed or injured. But I could see a world in which something else happened and they don't want to say it, so they say this. I don't know. What can I say? Smokey said Al Jazeera reported it. Well, my guess is that Al Jazeera was just quoting Iranian media. That'd be my thought. Yeah, the Al Jazeera reported it. I'm looking at an Al Jazeera report, but it just said reports Iranian media. So this isn't something independently being reported from Al Jazeera. They're just quoting Iranian media. I'm showing the Iranian media report. I'll keep an eye on other reports in Iranian media. In case you missed it, the Pentagon announced it's pulling 5,000 troops from Germany. You can see the Washington Post says the Pentagon said it's withdrawing about 5,000 troops from Germany amid a spiraling feud between President Trump and German Chancellor Friedrich Merz over the U.S. war in Iran. The Pentagon said in a statement the decision follows a thorough review of the military's force posture in Europe, and that they expect the withdrawal to be completed over the next 6 to 12 months. Earlier this week, Trump posted on social media that the administration was reviewing its military presence in Germany, headquarters to U.S. Eastern European Command and U.S. Africa Command. It would make a final decision shortly. The president has in recent weeks verbally attacked several European allies, including Germany, for what he calls their inadequate support for the war in Iran, which the U.S. and Israel began in late February. Friedrich Merz, Chancellor of Germany, has criticized the conflict, alleging in public comments this week that Washington was being humiliated by Iran in negotiations. He also said that the U.S. lacked a strategy to get out of the war. A senior Defense Department official, speaking on condition of anonymity, called Chancellor Merz's remarks inappropriate and unhelpful. This defense official said that this withdrawal of forces is consistent with the Trump administration's desire to shift attention away from Europe and toward priorities in the Western Hemisphere and Indo-Pacific region. Friday's announcement will affect an Army Brigade combat team already deployed inside the country. By the way, thanks to Sushi Jezebel for the memberships. I really appreciate that, Sushi Jezebel. You know what? I think I missed before Did somebody? No, I think I got it before. Did somebody else give memberships I missed? I think I got it before. I hope I did. Thanks, Sushi Jezebel. Thanks also, Stuart Anderson, who says, do you think King Charles told Trump more war, hence the submarine deal? I'm a little confused by that. And I'm not sure what you mean by submarine deal. A new deal? But I don't know that King Charles would be privy to UK military plans. Anyways, I'm not aware of some new submarine deal. As to what King Charles and President Trump discussed about warfare, I don't know. But I don't know that King Charles would be privy to. If maybe you meant, Stuart, that do you think Trump told King Charles there would be more war? If that's maybe you meant that, Stuart. I don't know what information President Trump might have shared with King Charles about his plans in Iran. It's an interesting question whether Trump revealed anything. That I don't know. Thank you so much, Stuart Anderson. I appreciate it. There is a submarine deal that one of our viewers just mentioned, AUKUS AUKUS submarine deal. That was made in 2021 between the US, Australia, and the UK. Oh, I just wanted to mention here, hold on. Officials have not specified how many U.S. troops would remain in Germany or somewhere in Europe once the 5,000 personnel are withdrawn. Tens of thousands of U.S. service members are deployed at bases throughout Europe. I believe about 35,000, 40,000 in Germany. Removing the 5,000 troops from Germany will return America's force posture there to levels unseen since Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine began in 2022, after which the Biden administration surged forces to the continent in an effort to deter further attacks from the Kremlin. Withdrawing those forces is likely to spur criticism from some lawmakers in Congress who required the Trump administration to submit a detailed plan before lowering the number of U.S. military personnel in Europe below 76,000. Last fall, when the Pentagon withdrew a brigade from Romania, the Republican chairman of the House and Senate Armed Services Committees issued a rare joint statement opposing the decision. We're going to look at what's happened the last 24 hours in the Strait of Hormuz, by the way. I see some people in our chat mentioning, like, this claim online says the U.S. is going to attack tonight, or the U.S. is going to attack this week, or this claim online says it. I feel like there's been claims online for weeks that an attack was about to happen. Now, I don't know. It's been reported that President Trump has recently been presented with options for new military strikes if he wants them. But I mean, again, I feel like we've been hearing talk about these. I've been hearing having people say, this source online says an attack is imminent for weeks now. We can do a poll question. We haven't done a poll yet. Ron Stahlcup says, attack this weekend. Next weekend is Mother's Day. Bad optics. Let's do a poll. Will the U.S. launch strikes on Iran this weekend? That's the poll question. Just getting it. I'm getting it all posted here. Okay, I have it posted. Do I have it posted everywhere? Let's see. Yes. Oh, look, there you are thinking about it, and then you vote. All right, let's see what you guys had to say. Let's see what you had to say. Days, our viewer says, no, they won't. More bluster. The Watcher, our viewer, thinks Israel will do it soon. Greg Littrell says, I think the U.S. is afraid to strike Iran right now. Look at this. Look what's going on YouTube. Look at the poll on YouTube. Look at YouTube. 50-50 on YouTube. Wow. YouTube is split just around 50-50. Facebook right now is 64% no. Slightly more yes than no over on YouTube. How about Twitch? Stephen Dixon says they need to make a move. How about Twitch? 69% no on Twitch. Austin Batman posted what I had mentioned earlier, that CBS News Jennifer Jacobs said that the taking 5,000 troops out of Germany is partly meant as a signal of Trump's discontent with Merz's commentary and European allies' lack of support during the Iran operations. Chief Hung says, really no rush unless Iran does something? San Solo thinks Trump called an end to the war today, so when fighting erupts again, technically he will have a new rolling clock. Angelia Hooley thinks Trump doesn't need to attack. He's got things coming down the tube we don't even know about. Bob Tarzan thinks Israel knows where the Iranian leaders are, IRGC leaders are, so they will go first. Oh, my camera froze. That happened again. Sorry about that. Sorry about my camera freezing. It was happening for a while, and then it stopped happening for a long time. Then it started happening a little bit again. Kind of strange. Thanks to Sticks and Stones, our member, for being a member. All right, so yes is slightly ahead over no on YouTube, but on Twitch, no is way ahead. As to whether the U.S. will launch strikes on Iran, there has been reporting claiming that Trump was considering, Axios was saying that CENTCOM had formulated plans for some kind of strong, short, limited strike to try to push Iran to make concessions. But no idea if that's what President Trump will do. All right, thank you for voting in our poll. On Facebook, it was 60% no. 57% no on Facebook. 57% no. Mogul thinks the U.S. cannot achieve its goals without a ground invasion. I want to show you some things I had seen. It's the weekend. Sometimes things happen on the weekends, guys. It's 7 p.m. Friday night. The markets are closed. Cats don't care thinks Trump will do nothing. The one and only says next weekend. Hey, by the way, thanks to our Twitch subscribers, people like Mongol Mama. Mongol Mama says 2 B1s that left Fairford around 3:45 p.m. Eastern Time should be across the border into Iran right now. That's what our viewer Mongol Mama said. Thank you, Mongol Mama, for being a subscriber. Thanks, Wisco Joe, for subscribing. Hugh J for subscribing. Strong One, 60 Diane, who says gas was $4.99 yesterday in, what'd she say, Northwest Ohio? Some part of Ohio, Northeast Ohio. Thanks to Chief Hung for being a subscriber, Simp Nasty Scrimp, Trump Sidekick, Castle Keeper, Semaphore, Bite Town, thanks for being a subscriber on Twitch. Old Man Yells at Clouds, thank you. Colto PK, Timido1, thank you. Also, our YouTube members I want to thank too. Nashinas, I'll have to check out that report you said about the Iranian soccer team. If you give me a moment, I'll mention that. Where is... AP says Canadian official backs up report that Iranian soccer chief was denied entry for FIFA event. AP says the Canadian Foreign Affairs Minister said that Iranian soccer officials were denied entry into Canada ahead of the FIFA Congress meeting in Vancouver just weeks before the start of the World Cup. She said the denial was unintentional. Iranian state media had reported that the Iranian Football Federation president and 2 other Iranian officials were denied entry to Canada due to inappropriate behavior of immigration officials. And the Canada's foreign minister has now said that was unintentional, that they were denied entry to the country. I don't know. By the way, thanks to Nashinas. Nashinas claims that Iran's Football Federation president said Iran will only join the World Cup if their official flag is allowed in stadiums. Is that true? I don't know that that's true. Iran International, which is a Saudi Arabia funded outlet that reports on Iran, they're in the UK, they claim that the Iranian Football Federation chief said we will only go to the United States on the condition that no flag other than the Islamic Republic's flag is brought into the stadiums where Iran plays. So, meaning like not a flag associated with protests, like the lion and sun flag. I don't know that that's really going to. So even if that quote is legit, I don't know that that's really going to be the. I don't know what the current policy is on bringing in any flags, and whether they and whether Iran will not actually go to the World Cup based on flag policy. I'm not aware of this. I don't know. I have not heard that flag policy is a serious risk to Iran's coming to the U.S. for the World Cup, but I'll keep an eye out. Thank you, by the way, so much for your support. Nashinas26. Thank you, Nashinas26. I'm looking at a FIFA website that's for the Women's World Cup from several years ago that said small flags are allowed. Okay, now see if we have any updated reports for you. Oh, I have a video about this. Hold on, what is this here? So as I mentioned, as we've talked about today, President Trump, remember there's this 60-day deadline from the 1973 War Powers Resolution, which says a U.S. president can wage military action for only 60 days before ending it or asking Congress for authorization or seeking a 30-day extension due to unavoidable military necessity regarding the safety of some of the United States Armed Forces while withdrawing the forces. So basically 60 days before you have to get authorization if you want to keep fighting, or request a 30-day extension due to unavoidable military necessity regarding the safety of the armed forces while withdrawing the forces. President Trump declared that a ceasefire had terminated hostilities against Iran as he sought to bolster his argument that he does not need Congress' permission to continue the conflict. In a letter to congressional leaders today, the deadline to come about, in a letter to congressional leaders today, which was the deadline, the 60-day deadline to come to Congress about the war, President Trump said there had been no exchange of fire with Iran since the ceasefire and said the hostilities that began on February 28th have terminated, which would end the clock. As the date approached for the 60-day deadline, congressional aides and analysts said they did expect that Trump would sidestep the deadline. A senior Trump administration official had said on Thursday the administration's view was that the War Powers Law deadline did not apply. President Trump said he considered the War Powers Law unconstitutional. Both Republican and Democratic presidents have claimed the measure violated the Constitution because it sets limits on the president's powers as commander-in-chief. Legal experts say the matter as to whether the War Powers Resolution is constitutional has not been decided by the courts. So let me show you here. We've had a bunch of viewers writing in recent days about the 60-day deadline. There is a video that was posted by Reuters with this article talking about this issue. So let's take a look at this. John Turpin says only Trump haters squawk about war powers. That's what our viewer John Turpin said. Joachim says Svensson thinks he will start the next war clock tomorrow. Sorry, I keep getting messed up here. Let's try this again. Why is this happening? There we go. Here's a video about it from Reuters.
Do we want to go and just blast the hell out of him and finish him forever, or do we want to try and make a deal? I mean, those are the options.
U.S. President Donald Trump told reporters on Friday that he wasn't happy with Iran's latest proposal for resolving the conflict in the Middle East and that negotiations were taking place by phone.
Iran wants to make a deal because they have no military left, essentially, and they want to make a deal, but I'm not satisfied with it. They're asking for things that I can't agree to.
Trump faces a formal deadline on Friday to end the war or make the case to Congress for extending it under the War Powers Resolution. But Trump said he was not seeking congressional approval.
Nobody's ever sought it before. Nobody's ever asked for it before. It's never been used before. Why should we be different?
The deadline appeared set to pass without altering the course of the war. A senior Trump official said hostilities had terminated due to the April ceasefire between Tehran and Washington, and so it was the Trump administration's view that the War Powers Law deadline did not apply. But Democrats in Congress said the deployment of U.S. ships blockading Iranian oil exports was evidence of continuing hostility, not a ceasefire. On Thursday, Trump received a briefing on plans for fresh military strikes. If fighting resumes, Trump can tell lawmakers he has started a new 60-day clock. A senior official of Iran's Revolutionary Guards said any new U.S. attack on Iran, even if limited, would usher in long and painful strikes on U.S. regional positions.
Now, when this war ends, gasoline and oil and everything, it's going to come tumbling down.
Meanwhile, Trump's approval rating has fallen to the lowest level of his current term, as Americans blame the war for higher consumer prices, including gas.
Do we want to go and just...
Now, I showed you what President Trump said earlier today, and we talked about how he told Congress that the hostilities were terminated, so the 60-day clock no longer applies. But I want to also show you a couple of things. So Chuck Schumer, who is Democratic Senate leader, He said about this claim that the hostilities are terminated, you can see Chuck Schumer said, that's BS. That's bull blank. This is an illegal war, Chuck Schumer said, and every day Republicans remain complicit and allow it to continue is another day that lives are endangered, chaos erupts, and prices increase, all while Americans foot the bill. And then also Marjorie Taylor Greene, who was formerly an ally of President Trump, but not anymore, former Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene, she said, hold on, Trump just sent a letter to Congress saying the war in Iran is terminated because today marks 60 days, and in order for the president to have the authority to continue, the Constitution requires a vote from Congress. But the war is not really terminated, says Marjorie Taylor Greene. Trump is just restarting the clock to avoid a vote from Congress that may limit his power to wage a war on Iran, and the war is absolutely not over just because there has been a ceasefire. Also, she thinks Trump is about to start military actions again very soon. She says it never ended. This is unconstitutional, and Congress should reclaim its constitutional authority. Also remember, the U.S. naval blockade on Iran is still active. Uh-oh. Hold on, I have to fix something now. Now I have to fix something because I did something I didn't want to do. I did something by mistake. Let me fix it now. Give me 1 second, please. There. Great. Good. Okay. Whoa. Okay, I fixed what I need to fix. We should look also at marine traffic. Pioneer Twin says my portfolio is at an all-time high. Kursk 88 says Iran has won. Hey, by the way, I want to thank our YouTube members as well. Our YouTube members like Michael McIsaac, Least Trustworthy Weasel, CAC, J.K. Sinar, Snarf Maru, Gregory Scherer, Content, The Mad Kiwi, Sydney, Austin Batman. Thanks for being members. Bluesy Girl, The One and Only, Coops, SN, Noel Gilliland. Thank you, all of our members. Skywatcher Gaming says, is naval blockade an act of war? This will go to courts? Well, I think it would only go to court. I mean, currently, Congress hasn't taken any action on to try to enforce the 60-day deadline. So I'm not aware that there's any way this is going to go to court unless Congress attempts to take action. Michael thinks Congress is a dead body. Let's check out, by the way, the last 24 hours in the Strait of Hormuz. Wait a second. Am I logged in? I am logged in. Oh, you know what? I might have to renew for another month. Maybe that's what's going on. Is that what's going on? See, I don't know. Yes, it must be that. I'll have to deal with that later. That's the current one. It didn't automatically renew, so I have to renew. I'll do that. Maybe I'll do that when I go eat. But that is the current situation in the Strait of Hormuz. I don't know. I have to look up what happened. But not a lot of ships going through right now. Thanks, by the way, to Abu Mohandis. Thanks for being a member. Also, thanks so much, Stephen Briones, who said, I heard some of the cargo ships have been out for 2 months, food and water getting rationed. We've talked about that. There are ships in the Persian Gulf. There are hundreds of ships still. We periodically talk about this. There are hundreds of ships which have not gotten out of the Persian Gulf, and it's over 2 months. I mean, it's been February 28th was the date of war started, and now it's May 1st. So there's, I want to say, like 20,000 seafarers who are still trapped in the Persian Gulf? Thank you so much, Stephen Briones. Yeah, it's been over 2 months since the war started. Thank you also, Swamp Fox, for the memberships. I appreciate that, Swamp Fox. Also, Peanut Butter Jelly, thank you. Thanks, Nathan McSweeney, who thinks hasn't Trump been saying no more Mr. Nice Guy for 8 weeks? Hey, Swamp Fox gave several memberships. Thank you. Skywatcher Gaming says, what about movements of cargo oil in Caspian Sea by Iran, Russia, Turkmenistan, etc.? So I'm not sure exactly what's been going on there. I mean, the U.S. is not enforcing a blockade in the Caspian Sea, which is up here. So Iran can still conduct trade through the Caspian Sea. I haven't seen any reports that suggest that Iran is conducting some kind of huge oil trade through the Caspian Sea. So I'm not aware of that. I don't know that they even have a way to get oil to the Caspian Sea in any kind of large number. Usually about 90% of the oil leaves through the Strait of Hormuz via Karg Island. So if they're going to ship out oil through the Caspian Sea, that's all the way across the country. And they would need to get it there. So again, I haven't read anything suggesting that there's some ability they have to ship some huge amount of oil out through the Caspian Sea. I'm not aware that there is. I would think that that if there was such a way, that the U.S. would take more action. Something else, one of our viewers said it's landlocked, which is a fair point, in that the Caspian Sea, even if you ship it through the Caspian Sea, well, unless it's going to one of the areas right nearby, then it would then have to be shipped again to someone else, right? Over land. So, it limits. You can't, unlike water, where you can just go on the water and send a tanker out and deliver it direct. If they ship out, oil via the Caspian Sea, then if it's going to go to any other country, then it's got to get shipped from there. But I don't know exactly how much of various goods they are shipping currently through the Caspian Sea, which is an interesting question. What was I going to mention? Hold on. I do feel like, well, I don't know that we've had that many huge developments this week, but sometimes we think, oh, it's going to be a relatively quiet weekend regarding without big developments, and then things all of a sudden happen. So you never know. The Financial Times is reporting today, by the way, that the oil market is 4 weeks away from a tipping point that will drive prices significantly higher. The head of research at one of the world's largest oil traders told the Financial Times that the tipping point is clearly June. And the founder of an energy consultancy told Financial Times at the end of June, all stocks of oil would be exhausted. Like buffers, extra oil that's been helping with the supply loss from Strait of Hormuz. We'll have to see. I don't know. We'll see how long this goes on for. Cravon said, I heard the war is over. Ty Thompson says, will the tipping point come sooner than expected? H3K News is watching from Sweden. The Wall Street Journal had an article yesterday which was interesting, where they had an article saying they thought that, let me see if I can pull this up here so I can remind myself. If you want to read it, the article yesterday in the Wall Street Journal was Iran is grasping for a solution to an American blockade it can't break. You know, they talk. Iran cannot sell its oil right now because of this blockade. And other trade as well, not just oil. And it's interesting There's this idea. They talked to a professor at the University of Tennessee at Chattanooga, who said the regime has to do something to break this deadlock. So this idea, I mean, is Iran just going to? Are they going to be able to kind of wait this out without either reaching a deal or escalating? I've seen some, I don't know, but I've seen certainly there's a lot of discussion among experts about who how long is the U.S. okay with letting the situation go on for a while, and for how long is the Iran okay with it letting go? Iran leadership okay with letting it go on for a while, and how long? How will this impact Iran and the U.S. as time goes on? But again, there's this question of if in Iran the leadership is like, well, this is not working great for us because we can't ship anything right now, and it's kind of day out, and our economy is getting worse day after day after day, and we're losing money. Would they make concessions, or would they decide to say escalate things? Or will they just be okay with, do they think they can wait out the U.S.? Another expert that the Wall Street Journal talked about in this article yesterday said that Iranian decision makers may soon come to see renewed conflict as less costly than continuing to endure a prolonged blockade. And not that they would try to attack the U.S. directly, but they could also try to, do things, conduct attacks that would hurt the economy worldwide. Anyways, I think that's an interesting discussion. If you want to see the article, it's called "Iran is Grasping for a Solution to an American Blockade It Can't Break." That's from the Wall Street Journal yesterday. Oh, one of our viewers also mentioned Randy, a guy who climbed a bridge, is it in D.C., to protest the war? The Frederick Douglass Memorial Bridge in D.C. Hang on a moment here. Yes, there is a man. Oh, did he post on X? I didn't see that. Guido Reichstatter? Apparently, he has climbed this bridge before as a protest. According to WUSA 9, he climbed the bridge in 2022 to protest the Supreme Court decision to overturn Roe versus Wade. Oh, I found the post by him. Look, this is the person who has climbed on top of the Frederick Douglass Bridge in Washington, D.C. Hi, my name is Guido Reichstatter, and I'm currently occupying the top of the Frederick Douglass Memorial Bridge in Washington, D.C. I'm calling on people of the United States to bring an immediate end to the Trump regime's illegal war on Iran and the removal of the regime power through mass nonviolent direct action and non-cooperation. I also want to urgently warn the people of the U.S. and the world of the imminent danger we are in, crossing a point of no return towards the development of AI, which poses the risk of catastrophic harm to humanity, including human extinction. I call on the governments of the world to take immediate action to end this danger by permanently banning the development of AI, artificial general intelligence, and machine superintelligence. I also call on people of the world to exert all possible influence through nonviolent action to compel their governments to end this danger with all possible speed. And then you can see there Fox DC, if you go down a bit, Fox DC said, "Hey Guido, hello Guido, this is Bill Glasser. Fox 5 DC, I remember speaking with you on the last time." I guess he was on the bridge in 2022. "Can you give us a call at the newsroom?" And Guido says, "Thanks, Bill, will do." Anyways, that bridge is the Frederick Douglass Bridge in D.C. I don't know that I have the rights to anything I can show you on that. Let's see. This is the Frederick Douglass. This is the bridge he is on right here. Frederick Douglass Memorial Bridge in D.C. This is Wikipedia. That is a picture from Wikipedia by G. Edward Johnson. That is the bridge. The guy is on top of the bridge. Barry says he was on the bridge for about 24 hours last time per Fox News. Hey, thanks, Blogi, for your support. I really appreciate that, Blogi. Thank you. All right, here's what I think we should do. Because I haven't eaten. I'm going to stay on a bit longer. We'll see what happens if we get updates tonight. But I'm going to take 5 minutes right now and put some food in the air fryer. So if you give me 5 minutes. Now, Trump didn't he already speak in Florida? He's not. Oh, is he speaking again? Wait, we might have Trump speaking again? I don't know if I have the rights to this, though. I don't know if we already watched him speak some of that speech in the Villages, Florida. We watched that, and now he's going to speak in Palm Beach. He's going to participate in the Forum Club of the Palm Beaches dinner. The Forum Club of the Palm Beaches dinner. Oh, is the White House live? I didn't even know. I could show that while I'm eating. They are live. Thanks for letting me know. I didn't even know. Hold on a moment. What I'm going to do, I'm going to put this, oopsie, that's not what I wanted to do. I'm going to put this on the screen for you. We will begin shortly. See, we will begin shortly. Maybe he'll talk more about the war. All right, there's that. Austin says Trump was in a loose mood earlier at the Villages. All right, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to take 5 minutes, put some food in the air fryer, and I will keep an eye on the feed from the White House feed of him in Florida, and if he starts speaking, maybe I can go full screen on that. In the next 5 minutes. Otherwise, I'll come back in 5 minutes. All right, so just give me 5 minutes. I'm coming right back. We're going to have more live coverage for you. Our viewer Obscure Mythos thinks markets are closed. It will be an interesting weekend. By the way, I also owe a thanks to Bulk007 on Twitch. Thanks, Bulk007, for subscribing. I also missed David Videosify subscribed. Dilge Warren subscribed. Rolo subscribed. Thank you, Rolo1. Brava Alpha Echo on Twitch. Maverick in Mexico subscribed. And thanks, and Lynn Austin for the gift membership. For the gift sub. Also, Stebo76, thanks for subscribing on Twitch. All right, let me put my food in the air fryer. It's going to take about 5 minutes. I'm going to keep an eye on, why does this thing keep so annoying? Again, I'm going to keep an eye on the White House feed, and if President Trump starts while I'm putting the food in the air fryer, I will come back in and turn up the volume and all that. But otherwise, I'll be back in 5 minutes.
Not only our nation, but our world. We are deeply honored by his presence and willingness to share his valuable time with us. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise and join me in welcoming the 45th and 47th President of the United States of America, President Donald J. Trump.
Okay, so give me 1 second here. President Trump is coming out, and I gotta mute it until the music ends. President Trump's about to speak right now. Hold on 1 moment. Right as I was about to put my food in, so we can watch President Trump speak while I put my food in. Let me just get him on full screen for a second. There he is. This is live in, oops, that's not what I wanted to do. That's not what I wanted to do. Here's this here. Live, Palm Beach, Florida. It's his second Florida appearance in several hours. At Forum of the Palm Beaches. He's at Forum of the Palm Beaches. Again, they're playing the music right now, so I have to hold off. Darcy Dudat says, busy, busy guy. Stella Star says, 2 speeches on a Friday evening getting desperate. Again, they're playing God Bless the USA. Isn't that the name of the song? So as soon as that stops, maybe, I'm guessing he might talk about the war. Maybe he'll also talk about Spirit Airlines. Okay, here comes President Trump.
Harvey's book. Anybody want a folder? Hello, everybody. I want to thank Harvey. I want to thank everybody. So many friends in this audience. You know, I'm very familiar with the area. And our country is hot. We're doing a good job. We're doing a good job. Stock market just hit another high for the 59th time in 1 year. And it's been really great. But I want to thank especially Harvey and people, his beautiful wife, Christina, daughter, Eve. And he really put his heart and soul. He's a wonderful man, a great attorney, a very legitimate person. Sit down. Come on, we'll be here. What the heck? It's a beautiful evening in Palm Beach. Sort of semi, isn't it? Huh? No, it's great. Hot area. It's a hot area. It's one of the hottest areas anywhere in the country, if you think, right? It's a pleasure to be back with so many friends and neighbors in a place that I love and a place that I call home, Palm Beach. It's been I've been here for a long time, and I begin by congratulating the Forum Club on 50 incredible years. The Forum Club. Wow. Harvey asked me if I do this. I said, no, I have a big speech. You know, I just had a big speech. You probably saw a big. And it's all over television. I said, where am I going now? He said, you're going to Kravis Center. But you know, honestly, Kravis Center is terrific. And I mean, I was saying, somebody said, you know, sir, you don't really have to do it. You can call up and probably do it. I said, are you kidding me? Can you imagine? This is a crowd where I know so many killers, very successful people. Some are nice, some are horrendous people, but I like the nice ones and the horrendous ones also. We have some really killers. I'm looking out there. Oh, these people, I've had to deal with them my whole life. They are brutal, but you know, you get friendly with brutal people too. I'm dealing with some quite brutal people right now in the lovely country of Iran. They are very brutal, and I will tell you, we're doing very well. You cannot give Iran a nuclear weapon. It's all I can say. You cannot. Because they would use it on a place called Israel, very quickly, and they would use it in the Middle East, and they'd use it in Europe, and I guess we'd be next, and it's not going to happen. Don't worry about it. We've taken apart. We've taken their Air Force is non-existent. It's gone. Their Navy, they had a very strong Navy. They had the strongest Navy by far in the Middle East, many times over. They have 159 ships. Every single ship is at the bottom of the sea right now. They have no anti-aircraft capacity. They have no radar. They have no leaders. Actually, their leaders are all gone, too. It's part of our problem. We don't know who the hell we're dealing with. They call up, this is Mohammed so-and-so, and I say, are you a leader? We're looking for a leader. It's the only country in the world. Nobody wants to be a leader. You know, they say, would anybody like to be president? And there are no takers. But I think we're doing a great job over there, actually. We have they used the Hormuz Strait as a weapon for many, many years. They said they'll close it. So they closed it, then I closed it on them, which is sort of, they want a little business, they get no business. But it's going to work out because everything works out. You know, you look at what we did with Venezuela. That was an amazing military maneuver. And now we have a great relationship with Venezuela. 100 million barrels of oil we've already sold. It goes down to Texas. It goes to be refined in Texas. 100 million. We're going to be another, over the next month, it's going to be another 100 million. And you'll be happy to hear this because you're a lot of great business people here. This is the first war that you've seen in the United States for a long time where we actually have paid for the cost of the war by about 37 times already. In other words, it costs us a lot. We had those big, beautiful aircraft carriers, lots of planes and everything else, but we've paid for it many, many times over. And we're getting along great with the people, the leaders of the country, and we're working with them very closely, and they're relying on us totally, and the relationship is very good, and they're doing more business now than they've done in 15 years probably, and we have the oil companies all moving in, the big American oil companies are all moving in. It's really been amazing. And then I said, well, now we can take a little pause. We ended up doing you all know, you people that probably see the stock market more than almost anybody in the world. There's no group in the world that's more stock market oriented than the people in front of me. Many of you are responsible for some of those successful stocks, but the stock market hit today an all-time high again. It hit one yesterday, hit one the day before, during what they call a military operation. You know, they don't like the word war, and they call it a military operation because that way you don't have a war, you don't have legal problems. But you ever hear a situation where we're knocking the hell out of somebody and we have a Congress, please, you've only got 3 days left. We spent 19 years in Vietnam. We spent 12 years in Iraq. We spent 7 years in another place, 2 years in another one, 7 years in another one. We had another one for 14 years, and we're in there for 6 weeks. What's taking so long? Now, we could leave right now. Right now, if we left right now, it would take them 20 years, 25 years to rebuild the place. But we're not doing it because we have to do it totally right. We don't want to have somebody coming back in 5 years and you have an incompetent president, which we just went through 4 years of a very terrible situation, very incompetent. But this should have been done long before I got to office, so we had to do it. The crazy thing is I had all my financial people, Scott, Howard, all of the different people. And we're celebrating the success because we have the highest stock market. We broke 50,000 on the Dow. Nobody thought it was possible. They said maybe at the end of the fourth year, but probably in 6 years, 5 years, but not during this term. It's too much. We did it at the end of the first year. Then we broke 7,000 on the S&P. We did that at the end of this year, long ahead of schedule. And then I said, we have the most successful, by the way, more oil is being drilled right now than at any time in the history of our country. We're doing double, think of this, we're doing double Saudi Arabia and Russia combined. Double Saudi Arabia and Russia combined. Nobody knows that. And you see all of those big, gorgeous ships coming up from all over the world because the strait is closed by us, and they're coming to Texas now and Louisiana to load up, big ones. 2 million barrels of oil, the big ones, those are the big ones. And they're all heading up, and you see the line, they call it the conga line. I don't know what that's supposed to represent, but you see those graphs, it's made from Space Force, you know. We were responsible for Space Force. We needed Space Force. We were being killed in space by China, by Russia. In my first term, I created Space Force. First time in 79 years that we did a new division, a new grouping, because you had the Marines, the Army, Navy, the Marines. We had the Coast Guard. We have all of the different branches of government, the Air Force. And they thought the Air Force and the Space Force would stay together, but the Air Force wants the Air Force. They're not going to give, and space is so important now, and we did Space Force, and all of those things, many of those things that you're saying is because of Space Force. And now Space Force is, we were losing badly in space to Russia and China militarily. Now we're way in the lead, way in the lead. We have the greatest space capacity of any country in the world, so we're very proud of that. We need it. We need it for protection because it's a nasty world out there. We need it for protection. So we're very proud of Space Force, but they, among other things, they give you beautiful satellite pictures of what's happening in the world. And when you look at the Hormuz Strait and you see all of those ships, all of those people and ships that they want to get out or they want to get in, they're all over the place. They're like little ants, right? They look like a little anthill. And hundreds and hundreds of ships. And we have a Navy that is unbelievable. We put up, it's a blockade. It's a blockade. And you saw the other day where a massive tanker, this was bigger than 2 million barrels, a massive tanker was trying to run it, and the young captain of the ship from Annapolis, these guys are like central casting. You could put him in. I'd say something about Tom Cruise. I was going to say better looking than Tom Cruise and taller, but I'm not going to do that because he's a friend of mine. I can't do that. But they're like central cast. You could move them to Hollywood right now. They'd be movie stars. But you saw him saying, we have guns trained on your ship. Turn your ship around. Turn. And this is loudspeakers that go over the ocean, and they hear them from 2 miles away. Turn your ship around. Turn your ship around. And all of a sudden yes, we are going back to Iran. We are going back. They turned it around. It takes 10 miles to turn the sucker. You know, it's not like turning around a bicycle. It's like, it's big stuff. And then we had the other one you saw from 4 days ago where they were going to ram we call it an iron wall. It's essentially an iron wall. We have such great military and great Navy. And they were going straight through. And they said, turn your ship around. And there was no response. Turn your ship around. Evacuate your engine room immediately. And you see all these guys running out of there. Now, they're 5 miles away, and one shot into the engine room, blew up the engine room. The ship stopped. They used tugboats, and then we landed on top of it. On top of everything else, we then land on top of it, and we took over the ship. We took over the cargo, took over the oil. It's a very profitable business. Who would have thought we were doing that? We're like pirates. We're sort of like pirates. But we're not playing games because, you know, for 47 years, Iran has been pushing everybody around. They're the bully of the Middle East. They've been scaring everybody, Israel and Qatar, Saudi Arabia, UAE, Bahrain, Kuwait, all of them. They're all, it was the bully of the Middle East. I understand it. Bush made a mistake. He took out Iraq. You know, Iraq, and by the way, I congratulate the new president of Iraq. I endorsed him. I'm now in the business of endorsing political leaders from foreign countries, countries that nobody's ever seen before. And we have a pretty infallible record. We've won a lot of them, but I endorsed the man because we didn't like the man that was the president of Iraq, and we endorsed somebody that not a lot of people have heard of, and he won in a landslide. So I just spoke to him yesterday. But the relationships we have relationships that are very, very strong, very powerful relationships, and I think the Middle East is going to be taken care of. We had a lot of conversations with the leaders. I call them the new leaders. I call them the new regime. You know, they kept saying, the radical left, Where is regime change? Well, if this isn't regime change, there's no such thing, because Khomeini in the first tier was gone, the second tier is gone, half of the third tier is gone, which is a problem. That's a problem, because we are trying to figure out the right one to talk to. We talk to one, and then another one calls up. Let's make a deal. But I think we're in a very, I know we're in a very strong position. There's the expression that we've all heard, or many of us have heard, if you like the fights, if this were a fight, they'd stop it. But again, their military they have some missiles left. They have some missile-making capacity left. We've knocked about 85% of their manufacturing capacity for new missiles out. We've knocked about 82%, but that means they have missiles left. We knocked out most of their drone-making factories, but they have some drone capacity left. And drones are pretty effective, but we've also developed, in the meantime, if you remember, the German U-boats were a horror. Nobody could stop them, and then all of a sudden they come up with sonar, and it went from nobody could stop them that it was the worst place in the world to be is in a U-boat. The drone, anti-drone capacity that we have now is fantastic. They have new weapons, lasers. You gotta see the lasers. They go into a laser, they just burn they just boom. And we have that, and we have very special machine guns with large-scale bullets operated by a computer. And as they come in, it just knocks them out like it's amazing. But with all of that being said, there's still danger. There's always danger with war. With war, you never know what happens. Look at Russia. It was supposed to be a one-day war, and it's 4 years, right? And you see that, and it's really a terrible war. And it's a lot of people died. Last month, they had 25,000 soldiers, mostly soldiers, killed. It's like a bloodbath over there, and I think we'll get that. We've settled 8 wars, and that should be the 9th. I think we're going to get it done, but it's a rough one. It's a rough one. But we're joined tonight by a lot of my friends and very distinguished people that are great people. The Palm Beach mayor, Danielle Moore. Where's Danielle? Where are you, Danielle? Hi, Danielle. How are you? Great person. We're working on a couple of things for good water. Let's say a nice water product, right? Like desalinization. I said, Danielle, why can't we be like a submarine? We have the best desalinization. We have the best submarines in the world. We can go for years underwater, all nuclear submarines, the nuclear ones. And one of the things we have is great water on the submarines, desalinization. So I'm saying, how does that sound for Palm Beach? So we're looking at it. We're going to play with it and see, boy, would that be nice from the standpoint of unbelievably clean, pure water. It would be great. So we're working with Danielle, and we're working with the council. And I think something's going to come up, whether it's filtering or desalinization. Desalinization's a little bit better and a little bit more expensive, like a lot. But anything used by the Navy is the most expensive. But think of it, they can go forever in a submarine. Nuclear submarine can guide at just about top speed for 35 years without refueling. Can you believe it? Going at a very fast. We have the greatest submarines anywhere in the world. Nobody close. We're 15 years ahead of any other. We have the greatest military in the world. I rebuilt it. I rebuilt the military in my first term, and I didn't know I'd be using it this much my second term, but certain things have to be done. It was sad when in Afghanistan, some of it was left behind by people that should have never happened. Getting out, we wanted to get out. We were going to get out easily. We would have won. We would have won and then gotten out. We would have gotten out with great pride. But we left some of the military, but it was really just a small percent. It sounds like a lot, and it is a lot, but it was 2% of what.
So really quick, I'm about to take my meal break and go eat. I'll be keeping an eye on things while I'm eating. If there's anything super urgent, I can stop eating and jump on the air. Otherwise, I'll be eating. I'll let this play because President Trump is speaking live. He was just speaking about the war. I'll let this play. And again, after I'm done eating, I will come back in here and we will do some more coverage. But for now, I will let this play and put on the screen that I'm taking a meal break, and I'll be back in a little bit.
And Ted Cooney. Thank you, Ted. Thank you, Ted. Good job. Good. Palm Beach County Administrator Joe Abruzzo, who's a phenomenal, you are, You got a diamond there. Hey, it's you have. I know a lot of town administrators, and you don't want to. This guy is a diamond. Thank you very much. You're doing a fantastic job. Thank you, Joe. A friend of mine, even though he's a Democrat, sort of a Democrat. I don't know if he's a Democrat, but he goes as a. I'll tell you one thing. He's a great sheriff, and he's a popular guy. Sheriff Rick Bradshaw. So I shouldn't tell you this. I told this to Rick, and I know how tough he is, and also I figured this might happen, but I voted for Rick. He's a Democrat. This could be the end of my presidential career. I voted for him, and one of the reasons I voted for him was he's great. The other was that I was afraid he checked my vote. And you know what? I think he did, because there was a story in one of the papers that, I don't know, I did some filing, and they actually checked my vote, and I voted for Rick. So that's pretty good, right? All right, I'm in trouble with the Republican Party, but they'll understand. I'll figure that one out. Great job, Rick, really. Candidate for mayor of West Palm Beach, Christina Lambert. Christina, wherever you are, good luck. Good luck. And former Florida CFO, Jeff Atwater. Jeff, thank you. We have a friend of mine for a long time, Pepe Van Hool. He's the sugar. He has a monopoly on the sugar market. I don't know if that's good or bad. Pepe. I think it's good. It sounds good to me. He has a monopoly on sugar throughout the world. He's also one of the largest property owners, maybe the largest in all of Florida. And Pepe Jr., who is just like the father. He looks like him, sounds like him. He might even be more vicious, if that's possible. But they're both here. Pepe Van Hool, where are you, Pepe? And Pepe Jr., good. They are great people. And he's been a supporter of mine from the beginning, right? Almost before I ran, he said, if you run for president, you're going to win. Before I even announced. It was sort of crazy. He's been there from the beginning. Thank you very much. We appreciate the friendship. Great guy. I actually did tell Coca-Cola, why aren't you using real sugar? And they said, well, we have, the aspartame, whatever it is. I said, no. In other countries, believe it or not, Mexico, who does not like me after the change of the name to the Gulf of America, the president called me up. This is 6 months ago. We have 92% of the waterfront. They have 8%. And I always wondered, why is it the Gulf of Mexico? For a long time, even looking as a kid, I said, well, Gulf of Mexico, it's such a powerful name. It's such a powerful thing, the Gulf of Mexico, but it should be the Gulf of America. I mean, I'll say it only within the confines of this room, because I know there's a lot of fake news back there. Within the confines of this room, Mayor, you're not going to tell anybody, please? I was thinking about seriously calling it the Gulf of Trump, but I really was, but I was told by some very wise people, please don't do this. That's one I don't think would have worked. What do you think? That wouldn't have worked too well. But, it's such an honor to... You look at that incredible, powerful, beautiful, really rich area of water. There's probably very little like it anywhere in the world. When you look at all the rigs out there, all the wealth that's underneath that water, and now it's the Gulf of America. And the president of Mexico called me. He's not too fond of me anymore, but when she heard about it, it was put in some paper. Somebody leaked it someplace always. You always have leaks. When you're in my world, leaks are part of life. And it was leaked that I was going to change the name of the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America. And she's a beautiful woman, a very nice, I never like to talk about beauty because that's usually the end of a political career. If you say somebody's a beautiful woman, they say, what a terrible, terrible thing. Everybody hates it except the woman that you're talking about. They love it. So I won't say she's a beautiful woman, but she's a fine woman. And she is. And she's got this incredible, beautiful voice, elegant voice. She was a ballet dancer. She's got this beautiful voice, and she goes, President, no, President, tell me, you're only kidding. You're not going to change the name of the Gulf of Mexico. Yes, I am. I'm sorry. No, please. Anyway, so they don't love me too much in Mexico right now, you know. That's why guys like me are in a lot of danger, you know. Consequential people get in a lot of danger. You know what I'm talking about. Saturday night, it was good for one thing. People are loving my ballroom now. That's the only thing. They love my ballroom. They love my ballroom. It's going to be the best in the world, although I like the one at Mar-a-Lago very much too, Mayor. And we have County Commissioner Maria Marino. Thank you. Commissioner, thank you. Good job. And former Congressman Dan Micah. Where is Dan Micah? Thank you, Dan. Good job. An architect who's really talented. He's done a lot of work for me. He's got a flair, a beautiful Hispanic flair in particular. And he comes from originally a place called Cuba, which we will be taking over almost immediately. No, Cuba's got problems. We'll finish one first. I like to finish a job. On the way back from Iran, we'll have one of our big, maybe the USS Abraham Lincoln aircraft carrier, the biggest in the world. We'll have that come in, stop about 100 yards offshore, and they'll say, "Thank you very much, we give up." But this man really is great. Rick Gonzalez, he's a great architect. Where is Rick? He's doing a couple of projects for us now. He's doing some beautiful little projects that we have going with my son, Eric, who's fantastic. He's done a great job. And former Ambassador Robin Bernstein is here. She went out and learned Spanish, right? Dominican Republic. She went out and learned the language, and she learned it well. Congratulations. Not a lot of people aren't smart enough to do that, Robin. Most people don't bother doing it. I wouldn't do it, to be honest with you. But Palm Beach County is a very special place, and Palm Beach is a very special place. And it should be no surprise that across my first and second terms, residents of this community have served our country with exceptional devotion and skill. I'll meet people, I didn't know them, but I'll meet people at the club, or I'll meet people in Palm Beach or West Palm Beach. I love West Palm Beach. It's one of the really great stories is West Palm Beach. Palm Beach has been incredible. It's never been run better. We appreciate it. West Palm Beach is really hot. It's coming along so fast and so good. It's all over, one of the hottest. And I'm so honored with what's happened with Joe and with Meg. Where's Meg? Are you like, stand up, please? Meg she's fantastic. But I do want to thank you, and I want to thank everybody that voted. We had really bipartisan vote, if you can believe it. I'm not used to that, when you have Democrats voting, but with a name change on the Southern Boulevard and the airport, and I can only tell you we will work to deserve that name, and we love you guys, and we're working with you in Washington on a lot of different things, and I think it's been a great partnership. Florida generally, but this area, I feel so strongly about it. We have to help and make it even better. All over the world, they love it, and they talk about it, and we have to make it and keep it first class and the best. But I want to thank you very much. I know how hard you worked on that. She's a really great person, and I don't know what her future is, but I think it's really good politically. I think she's fantastic, and she loves animals, right? She loves her and her husband. They love animals, and that's good. That usually is very good for votes. I was never as much, they all wanted me to buy a dog when I went to the White House. They said, "Sir, you'll be the first president in 68 years or something that doesn't have a dog." I said, "It's not going to work for me." No, they like pictures of like Biden walking his dog all that, but his dog was a vicious dog, kept biting our Secret Service people. No, we had 28 bite problems, 28. This was a violent dog. That's not a dog I'd want. But for 60 years, I guess, even longer, every president's had a dog because they do it for votes. Some of them do it because they love the dog. Probably most of them do it for votes. And I thought it would look quite fake. Like the fake news, it was quite fake. Can you imagine? Donald Trump has purchased a lovely, lovely little poodle. And he walks him religiously every day on the White House grounds as he's inspecting the ballroom that's going up. They walk deep down into a foundation that's going down to China. That's There's a lot of stuff going on in that foundation, let me tell you. A friend of mine said, boy, that's the deepest foundation I've ever seen for a ballroom. I said, yeah, a lot of things happening there. But we have several friends of mine that were great with us past and present. We have Secretary of Commerce, former Wilbur Ross is here. Thank you, Wilbur. Thank you, Wilbur. We have former Ambassador Woody Johnson, who's a great guy and you were a great ambassador. We appreciate it, Woody. Great guy, and the owner of the Jets, and current director of the Federal Housing Finance Agency, a man who has taken the Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac, but Fannie Mae, it's over $1 trillion in value. When I gave it to him, it was not doing well, and he's turned it around, and it's worth over. We're thinking about taking it public, taking a little chunk out of it. I don't know what the hell we're going to do. It's peanuts compared to the values of, you buy 15 missiles. You take it public, it buys 15 missiles. But Bill Pulte, where are you, Bill? Bill. No, it's true. My first term, I was offered $100 million for that. And I turned it down because the guys that were offering me were very sharp. 2 of them are sitting in the room, by the way. They're not happy. But I turned it down because I didn't want to. Did you ever hear of schmuck insurance, right? I didn't want to be a schmuck. I didn't want to have them flip it for $500 million in 2 weeks, which is always a possibility. It's always a little scary, especially in the world of politics. I was with a bank, a very good bank, a very hot banker who's going to the head of one of the biggest banks in the world, and he was also in charge of real estate for the bank. And they had a corner building on 57th and 5th Avenue in New York, and he wanted to sell it, and he made a deal, quick deal, nobody even knew about it. It was quick, and he sold it for $25 million. And the person that bought it flipped it the following week for $97 million. And that was the end of his job. That was the end of his rise to the chairman of the bank. So I don't want to be in that category. But we kept it. I put Bill Pulte in charge, and I think it's worth over $1 trillion now, right? So we kept it, and we didn't sell it, and that's good. That's good. But not only have we lovingly restored they call it the crown jewel of Palm Beach, Mar-a-Lago, but we turned it into what everybody acknowledges. It's the hottest club anywhere in the world. I mean, I hate to say it about my club, but it is truly everybody that's been there. It's the hottest club anywhere in the world. And very importantly, it creates hundreds of jobs and brings thousands of travelers here each year. And then we have all the weddings and all the conventions and the events that we have there are spectacular. And they say it's raised more money as a ballroom. It's raised more money than any other ballroom anywhere in the world for charity. We raise tremendous money for charity. It's every other night you'll see it. They raise it for incredible things. And just as Marjorie Merriweather Post, who, with her husband, E.F. Hutton, that was a power couple. E.F. Hutton, remember? E.F. Hutton talks, everyone listens, right? He was the #1 guy. He's like some of the guys in this room was a long time ago. This was in the early 1920s, roaring 20s, but Marjorie Merriweather Post was married to E.F. Hutton. She was the richest woman in the world, and they wanted to build something incredible, and they envisioned everything, and they bought the lot in South Florida. She bought it because that's where the great reef, if you look at the maps, you have a great stone. It's a source of unbelievably powerful stone. It's a stone jetty, and it ends right there. She bought it there because there wouldn't be any settlement when you built the house on that settlement. It ends right in the backyard, actually, and it's really pretty amazing. She envisioned something really great, and she built Mar-a-Lago along with E.F. Hutton. And at the time, and then you had the Depression, but she wasn't affected by the Depression, and she actually built other sections onto it because she wanted to give people jobs. She did a fantastic job, and she always wanted that to be the Southern White House. And in fact, when she died, she left it to the White House Historical Society, and the late, great Jimmy Carter decided that Mar-a-Lago was too expensive for the United States, so fortunately for me, he gave it back to the Historical Society, and I bought it. And we spent a lot of money and made it great. I lived there for a while. Then I said, this is a very big house to live in. And, you know, we had kids, and you have the kids running around the house. You can't find your kids ever. Where are they? Where are they? Which floor are they on? But it's a special place, and it's become a great club. And we've had all the foreign leaders, most of them. We had President Xi of China here a few years ago, and I'm going to be there in 2 weeks, by the way. That'll be interesting. But it'll be something because, you know, he's amazing. He's an amazing guy. And the trip is going to be a very important trip that I'm making. And we had the late Prime Minister Abe of Japan. He was a fantastic man. He was a great friend of mine. He was assassinated in Japan with probably the only gun in Japan. They don't have guns in Japan at all. This crazy person made a gun and assassinated our friend, my friend. He was great. And we've had a lot of the other top leaders of the world at Mar-a-Lago. So good for Palm Beach. You know, it's interesting. They have a lot of Secret Service, as you can imagine. Probably gets even more, but we have a lot. And I have friends that are very rich, very powerful, and they don't complain. They sort of love it because the president is in your community, not me. It's the president of the United States is in your community, and they're so proud of it. I mean, people that are in this room that are very, very substantial, as big as it gets on Wall Street, and they have houses that are beautiful, and they have to go around. They have to go to one bridge or another bridge. They get thrown around like piñatas by the Secret Service. Get the hell out of here. These are people that never get spoken to. You know, the Secret Service, these guys, they don't have a lot of expression. They do a very good job. And the head of one of the biggest banks, the biggest bank, comes in. Sir, move out. What? Move out right now. Come on, let's go. He said, nobody's ever spoken to me. And yet they don't mind. It's crazy. They don't mind. They're honored to have the president, you know, whether it's me or anybody, they're honored to have the president in their community. So it's great. And it also gives you a lot of additional security. You get a lot of freak security. Mayor, I have to tell you, you probably have the safest community in the history of the world, if you want to know the truth. Nobody's coming into Palm Beach to do any robberies, okay? In addition to a really great police group that you have, they work very closely, and the firemen and policemen, and we have the ball over, the policeman and firemen's ball, and I think it's become the hottest ball over with John Scarpa and all the people, Tim, all of the people that do it. I think it's the hottest ball, but it's an honor to work with the police. I also based my campaign here on election night in 2024. We had a great victory party just across the street in the convention center, and that was quite an evening. We were waiting for the decision, and it came early. It was around 9:02, and they said, Donald Trump will be the next president of the United States of America. It was very cool, actually, I thought. And it was right across the street. It was right across the street, and then we had some crowd. Joe, you could use a little bit larger convention center, whatever you can do. Get that thing. I know you are. If you're working on it, it gets done. And so it was from Mar-a-Lago. We were there, and then we came over here, and we had a tremendous crowd. And we celebrated a tremendous thing. And our country now is just amazing. And we were laughed at and mocked. For 4 years, we were mocked. We were laughed at as being a stupid country. And now we're thought of with great respect, like we haven't been thought of for many, many decades. I want to thank the entire Palm Beach community for the extraordinary support that you've shown me and my family over the years, and I especially want to express my profound gratitude to the recent renamings. I want to just tell you that we have a lot of things in store. I know that a lot of tremendous elements are going to be added to the airport, making it bigger and better, and it's really going to be, I don't think there'll be anything as good as your airport will be anywhere in the country, anywhere in the world. So that's the way I feel, and that's very important. In Washington, they say, sir, which airport would you like most to fix up? I said, how about Palm Beach? You know? So you'll be all very happy. And, you know, it's right now, I own Doral, and right now we have a tournament. I'm so busy. And we have the big Cadillac Championship going on, all the great players, the PGA Tour. And they're there, and yesterday somebody came up, said, sir, the tournament is great. I said, what tournament are you talking about? I'm so busy with the Iranians calling, trying to make a good deal, and we're not going to let that happen. But they've got to make a bad deal. But if they make a deal at all, because frankly, maybe we're better off not making a deal at all. Do you want to know the truth? Because we can't let this thing go on. Going on too long. But under the leadership of Secretary of State Marco Rubio, person from Florida, right? We're working hard to bring the 2035 World Expo to Miami, to Florida, and we'll support the jobs. It'll be bringing hundreds of millions of dollars, and it looks like we've got a real good shot. You know, I brought the Olympics here in my first term. I was the one I got the Olympics, and I got the World Cup, both of them, and then the election was rigged. You see that now? How about the Southern Law, Poverty, whatever the hell they call it, where they supported the Ku Klux Klan and all sorts of other things, only to fight the Ku Klux Klan politically. They out there, we are fighting the Ku Klux Klan. They're the ones that are supporting it, giving it hundreds of, and many others, some even worse if that's possible. And now we found out, we got a whole lot of stuff coming. But I got the Olympics and I got the World Cup, and they're coming in now. And, you know, it's interesting how things work out, because I missed my second term the traditional way, right? It was very sad. I had to make a decision what to do. And I said, you know, when I got the Olympics, I said, boy, it's really sad because I got it. Nobody else, I got it. And I was dealing with those guys politically, and they said, sir, we're going to choose the United States of America. I said, wow, that's great. It was the Olympics. Then the World Cup. Johnny Infantino, who's the head of it, he's a friend of mine. I said, Johnny, you got to give us the World Cup. And he gave it to us. The problem was it wasn't in the next 4 years. It was in 6 years and 7 years, so I wouldn't be president. I said, you know, I got the Olympics, I got the World Cup, and I won't be president. And then all of a sudden I realized I am going to be president during the Olympics and the World Cup. That's amazing. And, you know, it's very interesting, though. I tried taking the third because we also have the 250th year. This is a great term when you think about it, with all the things we've done. And on top of that, and then we did the great big beautiful bill with no tax on tips, no tax on Social Security, no tax on overtime, all sorts of things. It's turning out to be very popular. People are now understanding it. But when I got these, I said, 250 years, okay, I got the Olympics, I got the World Cup. Maybe I can also claim the 250-year thing that I got that too. So I tried. I said, I also got 250 years. And they said, sir, you didn't get 200, with 250. Okay, well, I gave up. So I gave up on that one. But we're having an unbelievable celebration. And in fact, on June 14th, not so far away, the UFC is going to have, I think it's the most exciting. I've been involved in a lot of events. I've given out a lot of tickets. I've sold a lot of tickets to things. I don't think I've ever had anything. This is going to be wild. We have a 5,000-seat arena being built right opposite the front door of the White House for the 250th. And that's going to be June 14th, which is my birthday, which is absolutely, Flag Day. Flag Day. But and that's a coincidence. It is not, I didn't do that. It just worked out that way. It is actually true, I swear. I did not do it. It worked out that way. But it's June 14th. At least it's easy to remember. And they're building, it's going to be a Sunday night, and it's going to be on CBS. And then they're having, that'll be a 5,000-seat like arena that's going to be sort of a one that they put up. UFC, Dana White, the great Dana White, he's fantastic. And then they're having anywhere from 75 to 100,000 people in the park. Right across from the White House is a beautiful circular park, ellipse. And that's going to be having thousands and thousands of people. And they have 8 massive screens being built, and people are going to be able, there's no charge to anybody. Everything's free. And it's going to be something really fantastic. The biggest problem I have is the 5,000-seater. I have everybody that wants tickets, but it's one of the hottest things. And then we have the IndyCar, as you know, they're doing a race. Roger Penske, and he said, you know, I've come to Washington 142 times over the years trying to get an IndyCar race in Washington around the Capitol. He said, and I've never been able to do it. And then I gave it one last chance. And I saw my friend Donald Trump, president, and In a half an hour, I had the whole deal done. We made a deal. So they're going to be, it's a little bit like the airport, right? And in literally, it's going to be great. In half an hour, he got the deal done. He's so happy. Roger's incredible. You know, he's won 20 Indianapolis 500s. I gave him the Presidential Medal of Freedom. I said, you know, it's amazing. These countries, Germany, Japan, they spend billions of dollars on cars trying to win the Indianapolis 500. And, you know, they rarely do it. I don't know if they've ever done it, but they rarely do it. They spend all this money. Roger Penske's won it 20 times. So needless to say, he's quite good in the automotive division. I mean, the guy is amazing. He's won 20 Indianapolis 500. It's not even believable. So I gave him the award when he won his 18th. I said, Roger, I'm going to give you the Presidential Medal of Freedom. What you've done is amazing. And since then, he's won 2 more. I don't know what it is. It's crazy. But he's a fantastic guy. So we're going to have the Indy, which are the racing cars, the Formula One type car. And that's going to be something that everybody's looking for. We're providing $42 million of improvements in Florida railway safety. You know that. And $210 million to the state for rural health care. And we delivered more than $2 billion in federal funding for the Army Corps of Engineers to dramatically speed up the restoration of the Florida Everglades and Lake Okeechobee, which is now being done, right? We're doing that. A lot of it's been done. I got it done in my first term, but we're adding to it Okeechobee and, you know, all the things that benefit you. And today we delivered a huge win for our great fishermen and anglers in the state. And we have any fishers? I don't think this is a fishing room, you know. I gave this statement a little while ago in the villages, and the place went crazy. I don't think any fishermen here? Well, that's not bad. Well, then you like this. That's better than I thought. But all state permits for the 2026 red snapper recreational season, as you know, was brutal with the federal government. You couldn't do anything. They let you catch a half a fish. If you caught 2 fish, they want to put you in jail, give you the electric chair. If you're lucky, you'll go to jail for the rest of your life instead of the chair. It was brutal. And so for years, our great fishermen have been punished in Florida and some other states with very short federal fishing seasons, like how about 2 hours? Go fishing. You go fishing for 2 hours, and then you have to pull it in and get the hell out of town, or they'll arrest you. But they gave you record short season, and I'm giving you unlimited seasons and federal seasons despite record fish populations. It's hard not to have a record fish population when nobody's been allowed to fish, essentially. And the states are begging to get these permits, and what we're doing is we're doing it. And the very incompetent Biden administration tried to shut down the oceans to our fishermen. And that, you know, look, the ocean's a big place. It's a big place. But we love and respect our fishermen and all of those people that love that sport and love it. And so I'm very happy to announce that we just spoke with NOAA. That's your big group that does all of the work on regulation. And we're delivering to you all of the permits that you need for long-term fishing and lots of fishing. And enjoy the red snapper or whatever the hell you catch, because you're allowed to catch it now without going to jail for the rest of your life, okay? And with the support of many people in this room, a lot of them, we had the most successful first year of any administration in history, they say. Even the radical left Democrats are saying that. We took the most dangerous, unsafe, violent, and open border in the world, and anywhere in the world, there's no border like this, and created the most secure border in U.S. history with 0 illegal aliens entering our country in the last 11 months. Think of it. We went from 25 million people coming in to 0, and the people that make up that list are the Democrats. Nobody even tries to come in because the border is so tight right now that you just don't even try. It's amazing. And, you know, we had an open border that was allowing a terrible situation. We were allowing people in jail, people in mental institutions, drug dealers, murderers, 11,888 murderers coming into our country. Many of those people murdered more than one person. One murdered 7 people, and they're releasing them into our country. It's terrible. The murder rate in the United States is now the lowest it's been in 125 years. Can you believe that? It's sort of terrible to say in a way because it's, who wants to talk about murder? But we had a murder epidemic, and it's now the lowest since before my father was born, 125 years, 1900. And that's an amazing thing. And the crime rate in the capital, Washington, D.C., which was a disaster. When I came in, it was one of the more dangerous cities in the country. It's now the lowest, one of the lowest, it's considered now one of the safest cities in the country, which it should be. We moved in the National Guard. We took out over 5,000 hardened career criminals. Many of them came in during the open border of Joe Biden. And they made it just a horrible place. It was never that safe, believe it or not. It was, people were getting killed, but they were losing 3 people a week on average, murdered 3 people, 150 people a year. Kids would come in to see the Washington Monument or the Lincoln Memorial, and they'd go home in a casket. They'd call their parents and say, I'm sorry, your son's been killed. And we moved some very strong people into the area, and in a period of a month, it was much better. 2 months, it was better yet. And now it's considered a very safe city. Restaurants which were closing all over town. They were even dangerous if you got there. They'd rob the interior of the restaurant. They'd go and raise your hands, give you money. It was terrible. And it's a very interesting statistic, Mayor. So 90% of the crime is committed by 2% of the people. And that's really good, because that means you can solve the problem. If it was 25% of the people, that's a tough thing. 2% of the people commit 92% actually of the crime. It's incredible. It's great because you get rid of them and you don't have it. We took out over 5,000 hardened career criminals, numerous murderers, and they're gone. They're back in their countries or they're in jails. We've secured the largest reduction in drug prices in American history. Under my most favored nation agreements, we're delivering your record-setting discounts with price differences of 400, 500, and even 600% lower. And what that is most favored nation. We were the highest priced drug nation anywhere, prescription drugs anywhere in the world, by far the highest. A drug that would sell for, like the fat drug, my friend became a very famous, he's begging me not to announce his name. But I use him as an example. He's very smart, very fat. And he was in London, and he called it the fat. I said, I get one of those fat shots. And I said, it's not working. He's become very famous because he's really the one that got me onto this. It was like crazy. He said, in London, I buy it for $87. In New York, it's $1,300. The same exact, and he's very smart, very rich, actually. Highly neurotic. He's a neurotic guy. Highly neurotic. Most neurotic people, they're either really wealthy or they fail badly, You want controlled neuroses. His is not controlled, but he's smart. He checked out the company. He said it's the exact same drug from the exact same factory, made in the same plant. Everything was except the price. One was $87 in London, and one was $1,300 in New York. He said, what's going on? And actually, it had a little bit of an impact, and I went to the drug companies. I went all over. They've been looking at this for years, but there was no way you get the drug companies to do it. I got them to do it. I did a lot of bad things to them, but I got them. But they didn't care because they said there's no way to get the countries to do it. You had to have the country because in London, a pill that was selling for $10 would sell for $100 in the U.S. In Berlin, $5 compared to $87, $90, $95. A tremendous, sometimes 10 times, maybe more than that. So they said, you'll never get the country, sir, but we're with you. They didn't know this was going to happen. I said, I'll get the countries 100%. So I called up, you might have seen this. I mean, I've said it a couple of times. I called up the countries, and I got France. That's Emmanuel Macron. Beautiful accent. I said, Emmanuel, you're going to have to lower your drug prices in the United States because you're making it impossible for us. I mean, your prices are low and our prices are high, and you're going to have to, no, Donald, I will not do that. You see, because the world is bigger than the United States, it's really not as bad for them as it sounds. If they double their price, we can lower our price to them. because of the size. You know, it's a world situation. The whole world was ripping us off. We were paying 10 times more, 5 times more, crazy. And so I said, no, Emmanuel, you will do it 100%. No, I will not do it. So if he had a pill that sold for $10 and he had to sell it for $20, that's a big increase, right? But I said, it's not fair, Emmanuel, because we're not fair. You will do it, Emmanuel. You will do it. He said, no, I won't. I said, here's what I'm going to do, Emmanuel. If you don't do it, I'm going to put a 200% tariff on your wines and champagnes that you sell into the United States, and it's effective on Monday morning. Donald, like I said, I will do it. I'd be glad to. So I did that with all the countries, and every country agreed. I'll tell you who can't believe it, the drug companies. They said, what you did is impossible to do. But I do it. I do a lot of things that are impossible to do. Like becoming president 3 times. Like winning 3 races. Anyway, so we have the lowest prices anywhere in the world. We went from the highest price. It's a really big thing. And frankly, that should win us the midterm. But, you know, the press hates to cover it. So, but people now know. So you can get drug prices. We go from the highest priced drugs in the world to the lowest. It's an amazing thing. And we have to go buy it, it's trumprx.gov. And that's been named by Bobby Kennedy and Dr. Oz. They're fantastic. They're doing a great job. I had nothing to do with that one, Joe. I had nothing to do with that one. And I had not much to do with the airport. That was Meg and you and everybody else, I tell you. It's not nice when you call up and say, hey, would you name an airport after me? You know, they approached me with the road first and then the airport, and it's just a great honor. But the TrumpGov.com is setting every record in the book, and they're buying things for a fraction of the price. And today I'm thrilled to announce that starting on July 1st, we'll provide Medicare patients with coverage for weight loss drugs like Ozempic, Zepbound, Wegovy. It will be available for, listen to this, $50 a month. And we're cutting, as you know, and as you, I hope, know, we cut the insulin price down to $25 a month, which was, in many cases, it was $1,000. And I don't know if it affects the people here, but it was thousands of dollars, and now it's down to $25. We got it down. I did that really in my first term. It was terrible because I did it in the 3rd year of my first term. I got it down to $25. And then they told me, sir, it will take statutorily, it'll take 2 years, one of those deals, it'll take 2 years before it can go to that price. I said, I better win the election. If somebody else wins the election, they're going to take credit for the insulin. And lo and behold, we had some problems with the election, a disgraceful thing. And I saw Biden up there. We have a $25 insulin. I said, I did that. Can you believe it? I was seething. I was not a happy person. In fact, I said, I think we're going to have to run to set the record straight. But we got it down to $25. It was amazing. Everyone knows we did it. We actually have been given good credit. It's nice to be given good credit when you do things that are good. And I guess sometimes I'll say they don't give me enough credit, and then I'll be in the Oval Office, this beautiful, most powerful, most incredible office in the world. People walk in and they say, wow, the biggest people in the world. Even the Queen the other day, she walked in with King Charles, Camilla. She said, wow, this is the Oval Office. I said, when the Queen of England says that, that's very cool. But people do, the biggest business people, the biggest politicians. And, it's an amazing place, and we keep it well. We fix it. One of the nice parts about being in real estate, I give it the Mar-a-Lago treatment. We fix Mar-a-Lago. We make it better than it's ever been. It's better than it was the day it was built. So we have a lot of fun. By the way, the King and Queen were fantastic. They were here. What great representatives they are for their country. Really high quality. When he got up and made the speech with that beautiful accent, I said, well, that's the one thing I'll never have is that accent. I'd like to have that accent, but no, it was very elegant. He's a very elegant person, very good person. So in 4 years, the last administration took in much less than $1 trillion. And in 11 months, so you got 4 years, less than $1 trillion. And in 11 months, we took in as an investment where countries and people, rich people are investing. In 11 months, we took in over $18 trillion, which is a record. which is a record. And we passed the largest tax cuts in American history. And, you know, you have your 1 year deduction that people never thought would be possible. Instead of over a 38-year period, you're taking it in 1 year. And nobody believed a thing like that was possible. I did that actually for a shorter period of time in the first administration. I think we had the greatest economy in history in my first administration. And in the second, I think we're blowing it away. But we had to make a detour. I'm sorry. We had to make a detour to Iran. Everything will snap back. We were down to less than $2 for gasoline in Iowa. I was in Iowa 2 months ago, just before the little skirmish took place. Is taking place, and price for gasoline was $1.85 a gallon, and we were a lot of places were $2, some below $2, and I believe it'll snap back very, very quickly as soon. There's so much oil. These ships are loaded up with oil. They can't get out of the strait. I think we're going to have it solved. I think everyone in this room is going to be very happy and very impressed. Our tax cuts supported an estimated 408,000 full-time Florida jobs. You know that. And we delivered no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, no tax on Social Security for our seniors, which I think is the last one. I wasn't sure if that was the biggest one, but I can tell you in Florida it's the biggest one. No tax on Social Security for our seniors. We virtually eliminated the estate tax or death tax for people with small business and farms. So many farmers where they leave their farm, you know, they're land rich and cash poor. They have a farm that's of value. They leave it to their children, their great children who they love so much. If they don't love their children, I say don't bother, it's nothing much. But if you do, if you want to leave your farm or your small business to your children, we have no estate tax. You know, we have, they call it a death tax, that's what it is. And just, you know, pretty amazing thing. In the case of farms, you know, it's a way of life. And the parents would be on the farm, the kids would grow there, and they love it. They wouldn't do anything else. They would rather do that than anything else. And they used to get hit with a tax, a big tax that they couldn't pay, so they go out and borrow money from the local bank or whatever, and they weren't able to pay, and they would lose their farm. And in many cases, they would commit suicide. Literally, they'd commit suicide. We don't have any death tax or inheritance tax anymore for the small farms and small businesses. So when you leave your business to your kid, you don't have that. And we made interest on car loans fully tax deductible so that if you borrow money, if you buy an American car only, you have to buy an American-made car, but you can borrow money from the bank. Your interest is deductible for income tax purposes, and that's a big deal that we've never seen. You know, middle-income people have never been big on deductions. Rich people have gotten used to deductions, but those other people haven't. We added 186,000 private sector jobs in March. Jobless claims just hit the lowest level since 1969, and more Americans are working today, as I said, than ever before. And since the election, 89 times we've hit new highs, and we're adding $9 trillion. We've added in just 11 months, we've added over $9 trillion in value to the stock markets, and people with 401ks have really, I mean, it saved marriages, actually. One policeman told me my wife thought very little of me. She felt I wasn't a man because I was a bad investor with my 401k. I had nothing I could do about it. It was under the Biden administration. And now she thinks that I'm Warren Buffett. She said, my husband's the most incredible investor I've ever seen, and all I do is just look at the numbers every month. So it's amazing. The 401ks are incredible. Core inflation has dropped to a 5-year low. With the exception of oil prices, which is just, you know, I think most of the people in this room understand that. As soon as it's over, it's going to drop like a rock. I think it goes below where it was because there's so much oil. It's not like it would be a problem if there wasn't a lot. There's so much oil out there. But core inflation has dropped. Grocery prices are down. Used car prices are down. Rent is down. The only thing that is up is the gasoline, and that's coming down. But, you know, with all of this, and I say it again, we had to do this little excursion because if we didn't, if they had a nuclear weapon, this world would be, it would be a horror. It would be a world that would live in fear. And it should have been done for 47 years by other presidents and other countries, frankly, but it wasn't. They were all afraid of Iran. It's very strong, was a very strong country. We've blown the hell out of them, if you want to know the truth. But we've leashed American energy with that simple policy of drill, baby drill. And I'll tell you, we're producing more oil and gas now than we ever have at any time. And we're investing over $1.5 trillion next year in the military. And we have the strongest, the greatest military by far anywhere in the world, stronger than any other country by far. And thanks to our warriors and their allies, the Israeli Defense Forces today, the Iranian regime has none of those things that we talked about: Navy, Air Force, anti-aircraft capacity, no radar. And again, dozens of their leaders are no longer with us. They're elsewhere. Most importantly, though, thanks to our blockade. The blockade has been unbelievable. They're unable to export any energy, and they're crumbling as an economy. But I just want to say that we have now a great country that's respected again. We're a country that is winning like it's never won before, and we're going to keep it going. And I just want to thank all of the people from this area of the world. It's a great area of the world with great leaders and people, and it's people that I have a lot of respect for. But it's an area of the world that everyone's talking about, and it's an honor to be a member of this group of people, very distinguished, such distinguished people. I mean, I'm seeing so many people, the people that you read about, the people that you look up to, and they happen to be here. Speaking in front of you with Harvey, my lawyer, the lawyer. If he ever loses a case, I'll fire him so fast. But he's my lawyer, and he said, would you do it? I said, absolutely. And I know it's turned out to be great because outside they have thousands of people trying to get in, so that's a good feeling. But I just want to thank very much all of the people of West Palm Beach and Palm Beach, all of the people that we've dealt with. You are really fantastic. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
Mr. President, if you would stay with us a few more moments, we appreciate your time.
You believe this guy?
Yeah. We have a few questions for you. First, obvious question, Palm Beach is your home. Your children and your grandchildren all live in Southeast Florida. Key members of your administration are from our community. Your future presidential library will be in Miami. An airport here will be named in your honor. And you often govern from here. You own properties everywhere in the world. You could live everywhere in the world. Why do you choose our community? Why Florida? Why Palm Beach County?
Well, before I do that, so Elton John told me, when you hit it big, you leave. We hit it big. Everybody's standing over. Now Harvey says, can we ask you a couple of questions? He said, when you hit that last song big, don't go out for an encore. Or if you go out for an encore, make sure you leave when it's hot. And here we are, we had a standing ovation, everyone going, they loved it, and Harvey has to ask me a stupid question like that.
They gave me the question, sir. But you'll answer.
Okay, here's my answer. You know why? Because I like the area. Okay, next question.
I like short answers. 250th anniversary of our nation, which you spoke about. Is there a particular moment in the founding of our nation that has always resonated with you?
Well, I think when you look at the wars, the revolution itself, you take a look at what took place. It's that 1776 is amazing. It's interesting. We gave our military a bonus, and it was $1,775. And I looked at the number, and I had to sign off on it. I said, wait a minute. This is $1,775. If we had one more dollar, Harvey, it's 1776, and I had to get approval. Can you believe? Actually, $1 is actually a lot, but it's not that much, and so we made it 1776. It's just special. I mean, the whole place. It's a special country. But when you look at some of the movies and documentaries about the founding of our country and all of the great people, George Washington, Abraham Lincoln, Thomas Jefferson, Lincoln later, but Thomas Jefferson, all of the original founders, and some of the ones that are least known are actually the most important and the most interesting, actually. But when you look at all, then you have the Civil War. The Civil War was brutal. It was a brutal. I always said, why couldn't that have been settled? And maybe it could have been, but it was a brutal war. It was supposed to last one day, and because Robert E. Lee was an amazing general. You know, I deal with generals a lot, and I ask who was the best general. A lot of them say Robert E. Lee, because he took something that was supposed to end in one day, and it went 4 years. And with the exception of Gettysburg, that was not good. That was not a good one. That was not a good day for him. But that didn't happen. He would have actually won. They were going for New York, and they heard they were going up a hill, Harvey, just going up a hill. Robert E. Lee heard that. Stonewall Jackson was killed as great general, and so he didn't have him. He had another general, and they were going up, and he sent 5 messengers on 5 horses, hoping that one would get through because they were all being shot. It was a bloodbath, and it was never fight uphill, me boys, never fight uphill. He was fought uphill, and they just got wiped out. But that whole, to me, the Robert E. Lee era with Ulysses S. Grant, Abraham Lincoln, I mean, to me, that is such an amazing, you can learn so much from it, but it was such an amazing time, such a horrible time, beautiful in certain ways, but such a horrible, horrible time. We have a fascinating country, whether you're talking about 1776 or a little bit later on, or I think right now, in many ways, I believe we're in the golden age of America. You know, I'm glad he actually asked me this question, because I just used a term that I didn't use when I was leaving. I didn't say we are in the golden age, Harvey, of America, and we're living it, and I think it's a very exciting time right now.
I'm glad you liked one of my questions, sir. As someone who came from the business world, you're now in the political world. What is the biggest difference between being a leader of a company versus being a leader of a country, if any?
I can get myself into big trouble. Well, a lot of people ask it in a little different form. They say, who's tougher, politicians or businessmen? Because I dealt with both at the highest level. And I always said, oh, businessmen are much tougher. They're not even close. But then I spent a little time in Washington. And now I say it's not even close. These politicians are ruthless, vicious. They are liars, unlike our people from our great town council. But these are vicious people. I mean, what I see, Shifty Schiff, all these crazy people that we have to deal with, think of it. Comey, how's he doing? No, the people that we deal with in Washington, they are very tough. And even the leaders of other countries, you know, look, now we're dealing with Iran. So when they used to ask me that question for the first, Meg, I'd say for the first month, I would say, oh, businessmen. After about a month and a half, after getting impeached twice for nothing, I said, you know, politicians are far worse, far worse. Yeah, right. So it's a big difference. I will say this. There's nothing more beautiful than a really good politician who's honorable. There's nothing more beautiful than an honorable prosecutor. You know, you have some of these prosecutors, they're dirty cops, and you have others that are very fair. And I think the world of the prosecutors is a very important world. You want fair, you have to have fair prosecutors, and some of them aren't fair. I mean, I was a part of it, and I was able to beat a system that was brutal. A lot of people didn't think it was doable, and we did. But having really, because it's a very important position, the prosecutors are very powerful, and they can destroy people unfairly, and they can, you know, they can also do a good job. But having smart and fair prosecutors is a very important part of the world in which we live. I think that makes sense, but I feel very strongly about that, yeah.
Last question. Well, it's a two-part question. What is the most bizarre thing that you've encountered as president, and what still surprises you about the job even in your second term?
Well, if I told him what was the most bizarre thing, I'd have to probably resign in about 3 minutes as I walked off the stage. You think I'm getting there? I'm not. But the one thing so I won't respond to that question. But you would be very interested. But I just think that it's a great honor to be doing what I'm doing. And, you know, you have everybody watching, everybody looking, everybody second guessing. Some are very fair and very, you know, good, and you learn from them, and you take what they suggest or what they're complaining about in some cases if they're fair, and others, no matter what you do, it's like you can have a baseball team and win 21-0, and they'll say you should have won 25-0, right? Because we've done really a job. We're being credited of having the best first year of a term of any president. I think it is. I mean, when you look at all the regulation cuts, all of the tax cuts, all of the law and order things, I mean, the border as an example, we settled 8 wars, and nobody settled 8 wars. In fact, the woman that won, a very nice woman, Maria, she won the Nobel Peace Prize, and she said, what? Nobody should win that but Donald Trump. She said, Donald Trump should win it more than any other person that won it. And she actually gave me her Nobel Prize. She's a terrific person. But I just say this, it's a great honor to do it. I think it's bigger than I thought. When I was thinking about running early on in 2015, 2014, before I ran, I had no idea it would be this big. I had no idea we could make this kind of an impact. But we've really made an impact. In a little bit more than a year, we've turned this country around. I thought it would take longer than that, but we've turned it around. And again, we're the hottest country. The King of Saudi Arabia said it. I was over there a year ago, and I said to him, we were there after 4 or 5 months, it was obvious what was happening. But he looked at me and he said, President, I must tell you, I thought America was dead. We weren't going to invest. Nobody was going to invest. You had a country that was dead, and now you have the hottest country anywhere in the world. And we do. We have the hottest country anywhere in the world, and we want to keep it that way. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Nailed it. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
All right, so that was President Trump speaking in Palm Beach. He did talk some about the war. We got to hear him talk some about the war and other topics. Now he is dancing to YMCA. He is dancing to YMCA. But the timing actually worked out pretty good because I was taking my meal break and he was speaking, so you guys could watch that while I was eating. There you go. I wanted to show you guys something that I saw. First of all, a quick thanks to Zeppelin for the gift membership, Loki for the gift memberships, Jeff TE88 for the gift memberships. Thank you. Also, shout out to our moderators who are, actually, I don't need this anymore. I don't need my headphones. Ruth is moderating. Thank you, Ruth, for moderating. We also have moderating right now Idaho Star Matthew Kohai 3, Sarah and Surly Dev over on Twitch. Thanks to and Lynn Austin for the gift membership, for the gift subscription. And Lynn Austin gave a couple gift subscriptions. Thank you so much. Also, thanks to Matthew Kohai 3 and Marble Gull for subscribing. And also thanks to Linda Belk, Larry, Misha, who moderate for us on X, and our, excuse me, where did it go? Thanks to our Facebook moderators as well. I want to show you something I just saw. Oopsie. Thanks to Kay Lowry Body and Paul Anderson, who are moderating over there on Facebook. Thanks so much for moderating over there. Thanks to Dolly Clark, by the way, for subscribing over there, and Diane Allworth over on Facebook, and our other subscribers. So, one thing we have been talking about during the stream is Spirit Airlines. As I mentioned, the Wall Street Journal has reported that Spirit Airlines will be shutting down permanently. It is anticipated around 3 a.m. As of right now, no deal reached between Spirit Airlines and the Trump administration to try to bail out Spirit and keep it going. The creditors, the people who have loaned money to Spirit Airlines, have not reached any kind of deal with the U.S. government on any kind of bailout. So we've been talking about this today, that Spirit Airlines, and again, remember, Spirit Airlines has had problems for years. It is declared bankruptcy in 2024 and 2025. I believe both it declared bankruptcy. But it has been really hammered by the jet fuel rise. I believe jet fuel has roughly doubled during the war. So that has not helped. And Spirit looks like it could be ending. It could be ending for good tonight. Liquidation. Stops operating. They sell everything. So I did see this though. Alex Silverman, who is with, I think, KNX Radio, Alex Silverman, he noticed something which is quite interesting. Yeah, Alex is with KNX News, KNX Radio LA. Look what Alex Silverman noticed. If you go to the LAX, Los Angeles International Airport site, and you look up the departures for Spirit, look at what you see. Look at the last 4 departures. Canceled, 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 canceled. Now, again, remember that according to the Wall Street Journal, the airline is going to stop operating around 3 a.m. Eastern time. So it looks like those lower ones, I don't know. I mean, I assume that timing is local time. But if those are local time flights, then those would be flights that would be in the air at 3 a.m. Eastern time. So I don't know I don't know for sure. I certainly assume that might be related to the fact that we're hearing reports that they're going to shut down around 3 a.m. Eastern time. Canceled, 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 canceled. Austin says they will not take off a plane if a schedule is to land on or after 3 a.m. I would assume that might be the case, that if they're planning on stopping operations at 3 a.m., I would assume they would not want planes in the air. I don't know for sure, but that seems to make sense to me. But look at that. Look at that. So we don't have much time left. I mean, 3 a.m. is less than 6 hours from now. Will this be the end of Spirit Airlines? What happens to your plane ticket on Spirit? I don't know. Some other airlines have said that they might help Spirit customers. So maybe you can get a discount with another airline or something. I'm not sure. Let me show you something here. Hold on one moment. One moment here. Let me just do this. There is marine traffic, by the way, Strait of Hormuz. Will this be the end of Spirit Airlines? JetBlue today said, we know that uncertainty is never easy. We're here to help if Spirit Airlines operations are suspended and your travel plans are disrupted. They don't say specifically how they'll help. Mr. Bigley Uncredible says gone but never forgotten. Here is Flight Radar 24. These are the Spirit flights currently in the air. Spirit Airlines. Will these be the last Spirit Airlines flights? Wow. Guys. Now let me look here. There's a bunch. Which is this Dallas? Are these landing or taking off? It looks like these are landing. Dallas. I wonder if we have cancellations at other airports. DFW Airport, departures. Spirit Airlines. You know, the ones at Dallas-Fort Worth are well, Dallas-Fort Worth, the last departure is, well, no, it's for like an hour. The Dallas-Fort Worth ones, none of those are canceled on their board. Oops, no, this is I was going to show you the overall Spirit Airlines. I want departures. Spirit. Yeah, so the last, I mean, it looks like that's 9:36 local time. Ooh. Now this says flight details not available. It says scheduled, but flight details not available. But even the ones earlier today say flight details not available, so I don't know what to make. They don't say canceled. There's no gate yet. Let me also see, just out of interest. This is flight NK378. I'm going to look it up on the Spirit Airlines website and see what the Spirit Airlines website says. That didn't work. Dallas-Fort Worth, Friday, check status. That one is, I can't even find it now. To Los Angeles. Is it really going to Los Angeles? Is that flight going to leave? Canceled. Oh, look, guys. Dallas to Los Angeles on Spirit canceled. That's supposed to be 9:36 p.m. tonight. Oh, no. What other Dallas flight is supposed to be happening? Let's see. So that one's canceled. Departures, Spirit said that one was canceled. Las Vegas, 8:42 local time. Dallas to Las Vegas. Check status. Canceled. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Uh-oh. So we got some more canceled flights, guys. I think I might post these. All right, give me a moment here. Could that be it for Spirit Airlines? What was that other one I just looked up? Dallas-Fort Worth, that to Los Angeles. Canceled. They'll be back. Well, the reporting says that this is it. The reporting says, Wall Street Journal says 3 a.m. That's it. Oh, I wonder if I could have done it this way. I see. Give me one more second. I'm going to take some of your comments here. I wonder is that it for Spirit? It's not often that a major airline just dies for good. For good. Okay. David Joel Klotz thinks that airlines should not be rescued by the government. It is unfair to well-managed airlines. Mo says the memories will last forever. Oh, update from Bloomberg. Bloomberg update. Bloomberg update via Josh Wingrove. Bloomberg Josh Wingrove reports. Talks on Spirit Airlines bailout have ended. There is no deal, and the proposed Trump framework is dead after creditors balked. Barring some last-minute change, Bloomberg now reporting, like Wall Street Journal, that the airline is preparing to shutter for good at 3 a.m. 3 a.m. Multiple reports say that will be the end of Spirit Airlines for good. Wow. Hey, by the way, Jeff TE88 gave 50 memberships. That is very generous of you, Jeff. Jeff gave 50 people memberships in the YouTube chat. Please thank Jeff if you got a membership from Jeff. That is really nice of you, Jeff. Thank you so much. I wonder if we'd do if we'd ever do a separate stream on Spirit. I don't know how much they're going to stick to that 3 a.m. timeline. I mean, that's over 5.5 hours from now. But again, Bloomberg just updated. Yes, so Bloomberg again is reporting that the talks have ended between the Trump administration and the owners of Spirit Airlines, the creditors who have loaned Spirit money. Around 3 a.m., it will cease operations. Bloomberg says that the airline was buffeted by the recent surge in fuel costs. By the way, Frontier Airlines said, we are ready to support customers who may be impacted if Spirit Airlines ceases operations, with a focus on helping people continue their travel plans with low fare options. Yeah, it's possible. I don't know what's going. I mean, it's possible that that I would do a stream later about Spirit Airlines if things are looking like it's going to end for them at 3 in the morning. That's certainly possible. That would be late. That would be late night, though. Let me just show you again how things are looking with Spirit Airlines on Flight Radar 24. There's the planes in the air. Those are the Spirit planes in the air, right there. What are these? Are these landing? That one just took off. That one's supposed to land around midnight. That's Spirit Airlines, took off from Fort Lauderdale. Oh, I know what I'll do. Here is the Spirit schedule from Fort Lauderdale Airport. Look at this. Spirit scheduled departures from Fort Lauderdale Airport departures. Now, it's already 9:27. So it looks like there's a bunch of departures scheduled for the next like half hour. Atlanta, Nashville, Chicago, Myrtle Beach, San Antonio. I mean, all of these are scheduled so far. However, I don't know that any of them, it looks like possibly all of them will land before 3 a.m. They all have gates assigned, it looks like, too. Evelyn says last flights, maybe. Spirit Airlines. Austin says, surprised they are not canceling those flights. I mean, maybe there's just a hard and fast procedure they follow, where if the flights are past a certain time, they do cancel them. If not, they don't cancel them. Alex, hey, thanks, Alex 19 Gray 92. Alex thinks those flights are probably getting canceled because workers have probably walked off the job already. Is that true? I don't know. I mean, I also think that could be something else where if they're union, they might, I'm sure there's regulations about how they're supposed to work and whether they can just leave or not. So I haven't heard of people walking off the job. If I do, I'll let you know. Thank you so much, Alex 19 Gray 92. Now, CNBC says that Spirit ticket holders are likely to receive a refund if they purchase tickets with a credit card. But if they bought with a debit card or loyalty points, the chances of recovering funds are slim to none, said a travel consulting firm representative they talked to. It's from CNBC. I'll post a link to that article in the quote. And there's a lot of employees, right? Did I read like 20,000? Wikipedia says around 10,000? Oh, I'm seeing some different numbers though, because there's also people who work with the airline, but may not be full time. The New York Times also says that Spirit Airlines is preparing to shut down as early as 3 a.m. So multiple outlets saying that. Pure Shenanigans says contractors will get squeezed, less business, layoffs there too. Senorita, I don't believe it's just due to the high prices of fuel. I mean, again, Spirit has had problems the last couple of years. I believe they went through bankruptcy in both 2024 and 2025. But also, certainly, many stories talk about how the roughly doubling, I believe it is, of jet fuel prices has been a problem for them. I do not know if they would be shutting down if the price of fuel hadn't gone up due to the war. I do not know. Let's see here. Maybe what we should do, I'm thinking maybe what we should do is this. Sunshine says they were affected by the war. I'm thinking it's possible we'll do a Spirit Airlines late night stream. Add US All says pretty sure that was the main reason. So maybe we would do a stream later on about, like, as we get closer to 3 a.m. about Spirit. So our viewer CJ says losing money for over 4 years. So maybe I'll take a break now. Maybe I'll take a break now. By the way, Jeff, did I thank you for all the, I don't know if I thanked Jeff TE88 for all of the gift memberships. Jeff gave 50, he might have given 100. Either way, Jeff TE88, thank you all for all those gift memberships. It's so nice of you. Yeah, so why don't I do that? I mean, if there is some kind of huge development with the war, we can come back on and cover it. But otherwise, maybe I'll take a break now. And then if it's looking a little later, like the airline's going to go out of business at 3, maybe we'll come on the air before that. It's like 5.5 hours till 3 a.m. So we'll see. I'll keep an eye on it. I'll be keeping an eye on it. Midtown Mike says the war isn't going anywhere anytime soon. So I appreciate you guys being with us today. If you missed the coverage, you can rewind. And we'll be keeping an eye on things all weekend, too, to see what's going on. And if there's big war news, we'll come on whenever it happens. I would suggest turn on notifications for the channel, because I never know when there's going to be some big new development in this or another story. You're going to have to run on the air. So if you want to get sent an update when we're going, if you want to get sent a notification whenever we go live beforehand to let you know, and so you don't miss any breaking news coverage, sign up for our free notifications. It's really easy. The mods will post the link in the chat. You can also find the link to the notifications sign up in the description of this video on YouTube and Facebook. So sign up for the notifications. It's possible I will do a stream tonight on Spirit Airlines. Late night stream. So I'm going to take a break right now. And I really appreciate also everybody tuning in to the stream and people letting me read your comments on the air, sending comments, sending questions. Much appreciated. And watching. Thanks for tuning in and watching. And huge thanks to our moderators who have been here as well. Vanilla Coke says, maybe we can cover Trump's 3 a.m. tweets. Hey, if we're on the air and he posts. Huge thanks to our mods as well. Very much appreciate our mods. They are the reason that we can have chat rooms. Thank you. Roberts, May Queen, and Ruth over there on YouTube. Thank you so much. Keisha Fowler, good to see you, Keisha, as well. Haley Girl, thank you so much. All of our mods over there on YouTube, thank you. And Linda Belk, Larry, Misha, who moderate for us on X, thank you. Our Twitch moderators, Idaho Star, Sarah, and Surly Dev, huge thank you. And our Facebook moderators, like Paul Anderson and Kay Lowry Body. And hold on a moment here. Andrea Holder, Shannon Davis Hughes. Thanks for modding to our moderators. Also, thanks to everybody who supported the channel today. That's really nice of you. Owl Hippie and TE88 and others, everybody I thanked before. Make sure I got everybody. Soft Drugs, thank you for subscribing. Also, Sweet Boy Joey, thanks for subscribing on Twitch. Jax Hacku, thanks for subscribing. And Lynn Austin for the gift memberships and all of our other supporters. Huge thanks for supporting the channel. That is what allows this channel to exist, is your support. So big thanks to you. I will post updates on my X account, @Lookner. You can follow me there for breaking news coverage, @Lookner on X. Excuse me. And another good way to find out when we're live is follow us on X. If you're on X, @AgendaFreeTV. I always post there before we go live, give you a heads up. I post updates about the channel there too, as well. Beatnik Bandit says RIP Spirit. Well, it's not out of business yet, but it's could be around 3 a.m. when it goes out of business for good. And again, we very well might be covering that later. Let's see here. Hey, we do have a chat where you can chat with other viewers when we're not live. The Agenda Free TV Discord chat. It's free. Check out our chat if you'd like. A bunch of our viewers like doing that. It's the same link as the free notifications link. And thanks to all of our Discord moderators so much. Thanks, Discord mods, for helping out in our Discord chat. Also, for those of you who watch on YouTube, I would suggest turn on the YouTube notifications. The way you do that is, well, you got to subscribe to the channel, and then you click the bell and you choose all notifications. If you're already subscribed, make sure you've clicked the bell and chosen all notifications. I don't know if anybody will watch if I cover Spirit Airlines at 3 a.m., but I might just do it anyway because I think it's interesting. Let's see here. Hey, big thanks to our Facebook subscribers like Diane Allworth and Robert Real II, who support the channel, and Brian Daviow, Juliana Martin, thank you, Dolly Clark, and all of our other subscribers over there on Facebook. Huge thanks. Hey, thanks to Turned Off for your support. I really appreciate that. Turned Off, thank you. What if people have lots of miles on Spirit? There might be people with a lot of miles on Spirit. I don't know that does you get any good anymore. And again, thank you to Jeff TE88 for all the memberships. It's so nice of you. Let's see. Oh, thanks to Cosmic Brownies. Hello, Cosmic Brownies. Thank you. I appreciate it. Cosmic Brownie 76. Thanks also to our Twitch subscribers who support the channel over there on Twitch, such as Wall Street Shaggy, Strong One, Midtown Mike, Beatnik Bandit, Tech Slug, Moonraker. Thanks, Radioactive, for your support as well. Thank you, Gonzalez, for subscribing. Who else here? My Mind Spray. Thank you for subscribing on Twitch. No Goal, Hugh J, Sketty Sandwich, Gina Pina, CC, Chief Hung, Susan CHF, Tuna, Jax Haku, DJ Saltlick, Spectre EH, Jax Animals, Castle Keeper, Simp Nasty Scrimp, and all of our other Twitch subscribers, Moonraker, Seed Music, CC. Thank you. And our YouTube members. Thank you so much, all of our YouTube members. People like Hackberts, Gregory Scherer, John Turpin, CAC, Jimmy ZNJ, 1988 Watchman, Evelyn in Maine, Jeff TE88, App L, Dr. McRib, Eric Johnson, Jimmy ZNJ, Patricia Canada, Paul 108, CAC, Per Holstrand, Marcus G, Cosmic Brownies, Dinner with Wally, Gary Baines, Sarcasm BTC, Fiona Diamond, Prep Mom, Lisa Jennings, Zeppelin, Squinting Cat, Electronic Progressive, Vanilla Coke, David Joe Klotz. Thank you to all of our members. Barry, Darth Taters. All right, so again, it is possible that we will be doing a late night Spirit Airlines shutdown countdown. We might be doing that later. Thanks, Kimmy from Rochester, for being a member. Thanks to Chewy for watching. Pioneer Twin for watching. Jan Porter, thank you for watching. Angelia Hooley, thanks for watching. Danny G. Judge Hat says, could there be a last-minute deal that saves them? I mean, I guess there could. Doesn't sound like it's very likely at this point, but who knows? Thanks, Dan Cruz, too, for watching. We are wrapping this up. Going to take a break and then possibly come on the air to cover Spirit Airlines. All right, guys. I am wrapping it up. Thanks also, Bobby Wallace, Linda Miller, Melissa Terry for watching as well. So that is it for now. Oh, hold on a moment here. I think that's it for now. The Wall Street Journal updated their article, and they say Spirit Airlines time ran out tonight. And Howard Lutnick has referred the chief executive to Spirit Airlines for help in winding down the Florida airline. So Wall Street Journal says it's happening to Spirit Airlines. Time ran out tonight. It is ceasing operations at 3 a.m., says Wall Street Journal. They just updated that. All right, guys. I'm going to take a break. Going to take a break myself. And we might be on a little later to cover Spirit Airlines. So that is it for right now. Thank you again so much for watching, and we'll see you soon with more live breaking news coverage, maybe even a little in a few hours, right here at Agenda Free TV.